next year.
Yes, and for those of you who are coming back, always have fun. We're sorry that we can't be there, but we're there in spirit. So, anything else you want to say? Have fun, guys.
Okay, you didn't listen anything.
Just for the reference, this was Shi Lei-Yang, past chairperson of Professional Development 2009-2010, and Mawen Ben-Gubila, past chairperson of Pharmacy Education from the previous mandate.
What is your name? Have you already been? Your first time?
We are just confirming whether the both of the scrutinies have been already approved by the General Assembly to serve.
How was your regional assembly?
Awful.
It's like opening a chocolate. So
Starting then with today's sessions, we would like to perform the roll call. Thereby, floor goes to Angela.
So dear scrutineers, get ready. Please, one envelope and one voting card per delegation. We start with ASEPA Algeria, NAPSA Australia, AFIP Austria, CAPSI Canada, CPSA Croatia, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, IPSF Egypt, not present. JPSA Jordan, delegated to IPSF Egypt, not present. Please keep the voting card and the envelope and bring it back to me after a roll call. PIPSA Finland, ANEP France, BPHD Germany, GPSA Ghana, SAP South Africa delegated to GPSA Ghana, HUPSA Hungary, IPASF India, IPHSA Iran, APS Japan, KEFSA Kenya, ZPSA Zimbabwe delegated to KEFSA Kenya, MIPSA Malaysia, KNP the Netherlands, YP Poland, APEF Portugal, GUFS Qatar, KNEPS Republic of Korea, FASFA Romania, KNAPSA Serbia, NUPSA Singapore, not present, SPSA Slovakia, SPSF Slovenia, FEF Spain, FPSA Sudan, not present, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, BPAYC Turkey, BPSA United Kingdom, APHA ASP USA, and FIRCOF Costa Rica delegated to APHA USA. Thirty-seven full members present and voting.
Thank you, Angela. In this case, can I please have a proposal for receiving the standing orders, BPHD Germany, seconded by FASFA Romania? All those against receiving the standing orders, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The standing orders have been resumed, and we will now proceed with the program of today. The program of today will be focused on elections, so this is the day for many of us. Please be constructive. I wish you a fruitful debate and a capable leadership of the Federation to be elected for the next mandate. We will also have a few motions in regards to the reports. They will be taken flexibly throughout the day whenever the time does not allow to proceed with another election, but there's still a few minutes left before the coffee break. So this is about the program of today. We are aiming at having 10 executive committee members, or actually 9 elected today. So we wish you a very efficient debate at the same time. I will also open with a few other things, announcements. So let me just move on with the slides. For today, in the room, we may expect Ms. Cynthia Genolet, who is representing the International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers and Associations. That's the abbreviation of IFPMA. She may happen to be here in the next session, just to acknowledge that this is the possibility. Also, we will now proceed with the approval of the new scrutineer that is serving at today's session. This, the 60th IPSF General Assembly appoints Carolina Pulido Moreno from Sweden as scrutineer for the duration of the 60th IPSF General Assembly. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you for the reminder. Slides are on the screen. This is the 60th IPSF General Assembly appoints Carolina Pulido Moreno from SNAP Sweden as scrutineer for the duration of the 60th IPSF General Assembly. I would like to open the floor for the discussion. Are there any questions or comments? In this case, the floor for discussion is closed, and we'll proceed with the voting. All those against this motion, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The motion has been carried unanimously. Thank you, Carolina, for serving. Moving on, we will now invite the motions committee to come to the stage in order to provide information if it is required in terms of the election procedure and elections in general.
All right, so we already did go over our slides during the beginning of the General Assembly, so didn't feel that there was a need to go through them again as reminders unless there were specific questions or if we felt that the GA needed to take the time to do that. So if we could actually just get the emotion cards up, see if we have an understanding of the secret ballot procedures, election procedures, that type of thing. Perfect. Yay, we pay attention. So with that said, just a couple reminders about ethics of voting. We know that you are speaking on behalf of your association, not necessarily yourselves as individuals. And also keep in mind that we want to elect the best candidates to these positions. So please vote according to their presentations, according to their voting forms, and the information that we have in here, and try to be as objective as possible so that the Federation can have the best candidates for the upcoming year. And any other questions? Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, Dale, and thank you, everyone, for paying attention. In this case, we will simply proceed with the elections. Point 5 of the agenda, election of the Executive Committee. The first position to be elected is the President for the 2014-2015 mandate. We have received two nomination forms on time, before deadline, from Mr. Lucas Herculin from Brazil and Ms. Parana Haven from the Netherlands. We will now display both, first of all, the nomination form, 30 seconds per screen. And then we will invite them in the order displayed to give a presentation. So the time is on, please read. The nomination form has been displayed. We will now invite Lucas for his 3-minute presentation.
Hello. Thank you, Radek. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, official delegates, executive committee, and students from all over the world. My name is Lucas Ercolin, and I'm candidate for the president of IPSF for 2014-2015. During my IPSF experience, now I hold the position of PARO chairperson, and I was regional relation officer, and I lead CACIF to become member of IPSF, the only Brazilian member until now. I attended many events as FIP Centennial, Pharma Tour in Colombia, and in my national association, NFR, I was the chairperson of the 3050 National Congress, and in CACIF, I was cultural, scientific, and social director. The president of IPSF must hold some values, as then honesty, wisdom, discipline, and self-reliance. My plans for the Federation are based on its identity, professionalism, and teamwork, internal activity, and advocacy of pharmacy and pharmacy students. For the identity, I believe that we are all pharmacy students. No matter where are you from, we are all a family. With this, I believe that the IPSF and the Executive Committee should work on the members' activity, the development of the regional office, professional development, pharmacy education, and the exchange of culture and ideas. The professionalism and ethical workflow must keep going and be developed. Leadership must be taught and must be strong in the Executive Committee and officers of the regions. With this, the exchange of culture must be a part of the work. The teamwork inside the Executive Committee is important to keep the motivation and to keep the quality of the work, and will help the development of a long-living federation as IPSF. And as a representative federation, we need to work on advocacy and representation. With this, and with the IPSF values and identity, we need to accept that we are a global voice, and we need to invite all the federation to join us in the advocacy. Thank you for your attention. Viva la pharmacy.
So the slides are back. I will now display the form of Parand. Again, 30 seconds per screen. I would like to ask Parant to come to the stage now for a 3-minute presentation. 30 seconds notification will be given before the time is up.
Good morning, everyone. The choice to become the president of IPSF is not one you make very easily. It's one you have to think about what you want and whether what you want is the best for the Federation. What I want is to ensure that IPSF is the influence it has right now on people's lives, the leadership it gives to certain people, the joint fun we have in bringing together the different regions around the world. I want to see more unity, more collaboration within the IPSF team. I want people to be engaged, to be involved. I want to have a good strategy. I want to move forward. I want to be able to present, hopefully, next year, proper goals that I have achieved with my team, proper outcomes which are visible to everyone. I also, since I've been the chairperson of the regional offices, I want to bring the regional offices closer, but I will also want them to have a clear goal, a clear vision of what the regional offices should mean, not only to them, but also to the IPSF executives and also to its members. I hope you will give me that chance. Thank you.
I will now invite Lucas to join. Before we open the floor for a discussion, just a reminder that questions must be addressed to both of the candidates at the same time, and we will be changing the order in which they reply to you every other question. I would like to open the floor for a discussion. KNPSV the Netherlands, followed by YP Poland. Hands up high, state your name, organization.
Simone, KNPSV the Netherlands. Thank you both for your presentations. Are you ready? Okay.
Let's start again.
Thank you both. I would like to ask about your time management, your plans for next year when it comes to studies and work, and if you feel like you can commit fully to this position.
Lucas first, and then Parant.
My time commitment for the next year, I will be doing my master's degree in research and development, organic chemistry. And for what I know until now, what my experience, because I work in this since 2009, I believe that I can do the IPSF work as president.
I'm
Parant?
also in my master's. I have 5 courses that I need to do, which are quite low on time, so I don't have that much other next to my role as president. I mean, also last year I did my chairperson function next to a full-time internship, so I think I can manage.
YP Poland.
Ernest, YP Poland, thank you for your presentation. What I would like to ask you, what is your motivation to being a president, and how do you want to motivate your executive committee?
Sorry. Thank you for
Parant,
your
and then
question.
Lucas.
Thank you for your question. My motivation to run for president. I really want to see what we developed to go on in the future. My biggest motivation is that I really, really love IPSF. When I started my studies, I really didn't understand it. The people who were talking about IPSF spirit and the virus and everything. But when I became CP, I got engaged, and it really motivated me to also apply myself. For me, international spirit is very important, and that is why I want to be an example for that as well. How to motivate my team? I think the most important thing is that if a team is close, if they are having fun, they have their priorities, that they can motivate each other, and that is what I really would like to see. So I will be also putting a lot of effort into uniting the executive and making sure that they have a good and close bond as we had this year.
Thank you for your question. I have two main motivations for the position. First one, in my first World Congress in Egypt, when I had the chance to bring Kassif here, I felt the spirit, the multicultural spirit of IPSF, and I think this opportunity to represent all this and all this feeling is something that really motivates me. And my second motivation is that I believe that being a president of IPSF will bring me expertise enough to go back to my country and help to develop it. To motivate the executive committee, I believe that we have two ways. First, the personal contact between the president and the members of the executive committee, and the joint work between them. So anyone will be working alone, and you can motivate each other to do your best. Thank you.
Now Romania, followed by JSSFD, then Upper Portugal, IPASF India.
Hello, Diana, Fastfare Romania. Could you tell us which qualities related to leadership defines you? I repeat the question.
Please.
Could you tell us which qualities related to leadership defines you?
Thank you for the question.
Lucas and then Parant.
Okay. I believe the qualities of leaderships that I have and qualifies me are about the self-reliance. First, this help to lead the team and to have opinion and to develop it, and to be open to the ideas and to make it then work, as happened in Paru for this year. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, first of all. I think what defines the most important thing is being able to listen to your team, being able to understand and see when something is maybe not working, or if something is going on, that you can pick up on that. Furthermore, being close, not distancing you from the rest of your team, being part of it, staying engaged, staying on the same level and on the same place with them is very important. Then also time management, which is also something that you need for yourself, but also for your team, to help them and to support them when it's needed. Thank you.
JSSFD, followed by UPF Portugal, and then IPASF India, Murti from India, BPSA UK, AFOL Portugal, and IFOP.
Hello, Andrzej, President of JSSFD Slovenia. First, thank you both for your presentations. Now, I'd like to know, why do you think you're a better candidate than the person next to you? Thank you.
Parant, followed by Lucas.
Thank you, Sister for the Slovenia, for that question. I don't think that is really about whether I should think I'm better than the person next to me. It's about whether you think that I'm better than the person next to me. I run my own agenda. I handed in my nomination form on what I think is best for the Federation. And that has nothing to do with what the person next to me has in his vision. But that's the thing. It's not my decision whether it's not for me to decide whether I'm better than Lucas, but it's you guys have to decide which vision you prefer.
Lucas?
Thank you for your question. As parents say, I think it's not up for the moment to talk about this. But I believe that we both are great candidates, and I hope you have a good analysis to this. Thank you.
IPF Portugal, then followed by IPSF India. Steve, what did you do?
Steve, IPF Portugal. First of all, thank you both for your presentation. Portugal as a country from Europe, we need to know what you think about the challenges, or what do you think that are the new challenges of the profession for Europe on the next years?
Lucas, followed by Parant.
Thank you for your question. I believe that one of the opportunities that we have first is that we started this year is talking about with FEF, Spain, about a possibility of internship inside Europe. I think this is a great opportunity. And second, we will always think that a collaboration with EPSA is really important because we have the same goals. Thank you.
Parant?
I think our collaboration with EPSA is both an opportunity and is also a challenge. We are moving forward. We've moved forward this year a lot. And I think we still have a way to go. I think there's also a lot of opportunities that lie in that. We have a lot of ways that we can work together to improve the representation of the European students, both on European level but also on international level. The main opportunity, I think, lies within the closeness of Europe. Europe is easy to travel through. It's good. There can be good opportunities for mobility, and I would like to see more work, like more collaboration between the countries on projects. That said, IPSF, of course, the most important thing is that Europe can exchange its knowledge with the rest of the Federation and can learn also from the others, because we all have something to learn from one another, whether it be leadership skills, be it public health, being professional development. There's a strength in every region, and I hope that next year I'll be able to bring those strengths up and make sure that everyone can see it and can learn from one another.
IPASF India, followed by Murthy.
Good morning, this is Rahul from IPSF India. I would just like to know, as per your experience in this organization, IPSF, what are the loopholes or shortcomings that you have overcome, and like what are your plans to overcome the same? Like maybe you can give just one example of a loophole, and after that, what are your plans to overcome the same?
Could you please speak a little slower and repeat your question?
I just want to know what are the loopholes or challenges or shortfalls as per your experience in these organizations that you have faced, and what are the plans to overcome the same?
Parant, followed by Lucas.
Thank you for your question. Sorry, it took some time. I think the biggest bottleneck is when someone drops off and disappears. And it's not a problem when it's just for a small period of time, but when it comes a larger period of time, the work accumulates, which then cannot be picked up. What I hope to do is to have more updates, more regular updates from each portfolio, from each coordinator and executive member, to also see if there is progress going on, if that person needs help. Because if we don't know that the person needs help, we can't help them. And I really want to see, to change that and see if someone needs help. If someone can't handle the position, then we need to sit together and discuss how do we move forward and how can we make sure that the coordinator stays involved, how the executive member stays involved, and how we can assure that the quality of the work for IPSF stays equal. Thank you.
Lucas?
Thank you for your question. I believe that it goes on responsiveness, but there are two parts. Responsiveness from the IPSF team, so if they drop off or we need to relieve them from their functions, I think this is really an obstacle and something really bad, and this needs to be overcome. And the other problem with responsiveness is about the members' responsiveness. As I said in my speech, I believe the member activity is essential for the IPSF work and living of the federation. For this, I believe the work comes from the team and the proper leadership and the proper planning of the federation on all levels, from publications to the projects for the World Congress. They must happen, and the leadership is one of the ways to overcome them. Thank you.
Murthy, followed by PPSA UK, and I am adding APHA, ASP, and EPSA to the list. ASEP has been added. Okay. Then also Kenya and Ghana.
Congratulations for your candidatures. I think it's a great step for you guys to step ahead for the Federation. I have one question. Can you tell me 3 specific outcomes you guys would want to achieve at the end of your term and how you plan to achieve them? 3 specific outcomes. For example, last year, Radek in his speech said that he wants to see through the constitutional and the official documents, amendments, and stuff like that. So 3 specific things in IPSF which you want to see through in near term. Thank you. And how?
Lucas, followed by Parant.
Thank you for your question. The specific goals that I have is starting with the regional office. I want to see more members inside IPSF and some way to see the actual members working. This can be or using the tools that we have on internet to see from where they are coming and for where how much they see us. I think that are really important, and we need to use these tools. And this is one of my points, specific goals. Another specific goals are about partnerships, not only with industry or companies, but partnership with other associations, like EPSA and FESPAL from Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now read the entire list of speakers. So if you still want to be added, please raise your hands up high so we can add you to the list. We will now give the floor to BPSA UK, and then this will be followed by...
Can I answer?
Oh, I'm sorry. Keep this in mind.
Thank you. So, my direct goals. For me, I think the sustainability of our finances is very important. I want to ensure that we have a good transition from treasurer to treasurer, that everything is clear, that the books are kept properly, and that we can ensure that 10 years down the line, this organization can still be as big and as functioning as it is. Also, for me, the regions are very important. Their clear definition to one another, whether it be to the executive committee and be it to the members, their engagement. And I want to see structure also in the executive committee. I want deadlines to be met. I want publications to be published. I want engagement with our members. And this is only possible if we manage our time properly, if we can make sure that whenever everything is done on time, there is time left for the executive committee to engage with our students, to engage with our partners. Also with partnership that relates to finances. I want to look into getting sponsorships to get through our daily financial burdens, to call it that way, but also our collaboration with organizations, and especially the student ones, since we as students are the ones who can change the future and change the way we collaborate interprofessionally.
Thank you. And the list I was speaking about starts with BPSA UK, which will be given the floor now. This will be followed by IFOL, then IFUP, then myself, then ASEPA, APHA ASP, EPSA, KEPSA, and GPSA Ghana. Anyone else? ASEP is on the list. I have Qatar, I have Bangladesh. Anyone else? Good. BPSA UK.
Acacia, BPSA UK. What are your personal weaknesses that you feel may interfere with your role, and what are your plans to overcome that?
Could you repeat your question, please?
What are your personal weaknesses that you feel may interfere with your role, and what are your plans to overcome that?
Parant, followed by Lucas.
I think the most. I can sometimes be very stubborn, but and sometimes not willing to admit it. But I do always make sure that at the end of the day, I do revise whether it's worth being stubborn or whether it's about what is for the greater good. And it is something that I've been working on, and I hope to improve it as well. And I think also I sometimes don't take criticism very well. But that's also a thing that you can only learn when you get it and you improve from that. And I think from looking at 2 years ago until now, I think I've improved very much on that. And I mean, I would tell my team to call me out on it. They can confront me with it, and then I will take care of that. I don't want it to be a problem for everyone else. If it's a problem, it should be my problem and not others.
Lucas?
Thank you for your question. I believe that my biggest weakness is about skepticism. But even if I consider myself open to ideas, I question ideas, and I believe as a man of opinion, sometimes people think I'm a little aggressive on ideas, but this is something that I'm working on. And seems little paradoxical how you can be open to ideas and skeptical at the same time, but it's the Socratic principle that I know nothing, so I want to achieve and know maximum I can do, and I'm working on not looking so aggressive on opinion making. Thank you.
Now IFOL, followed by FOP. Hands up high, IFOL. Thank you.
Rodrigo Simões, IFL Portugal. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I just want to ask you, because both of you referred about more financial transparency and about the appointment of the committee members. How do you want to do that? Can you be more specific about how do you want to do that?
Lucas, followed by Parant.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. So about finances, okay, let's divide this in incoming and outgoing money. I believe for incoming, the partnership is really important to get sponsor and money inside the federation. And we cannot be only depending on membership fees. We need to work on this. However, to have a positive working flow inside the finances, inside IPSF, how you use the money that we actually have must be, we need to think about this. And I believe there is one ideology that must be used for this. The money that we use is mainly for the students. It's not ours. It's not from the Federation or the Executive Committee. With this, using this ideology to for the Federation, I believe that we can look for a financial way to be stable. Thank you.
Parant?
Thank you for your question, Rodrigo. I think, of course, generating funds is very important. What we also need is to have a clear understanding of bookkeeping. The books needs to be more transparent. We need to know what goes in and what goes out. And if we have that, we know where we can make cuts or where we can change the way we spend money on certain projects or on certain things that we do. But what I also think is important is that there are a lot of partnership possibilities when it comes down to projects. There are a lot of grants that we can go after, and we haven't had the opportunity to do that. We haven't had the manpower or the constant, the stability to do that. And I hope that next year I will be able to, together with the treasurer and the chairperson of external relations, make sure that we don't only bring in more money, but we also have a clear and transparent bookkeeping that will show why we are spending certain amounts of money on certain things and why they are important to the Federation.
FOP, followed by myself and by ASEP Switzerland.
Ricardo Oliveira, IFO Portugal. Thank you for both the presentations. I wanted to know, what do you have in mind to improve the IPSF project, and how do you intend to keep the member associations interested in implementing them locally? Do you have any plans for that?
Parant, followed by Lucas.
So I think, for me, the projects we run in professional development and the student exchange program are two programs that are quite known, that are quite strong. And for those, I think promotion is key to making sure that member organizations know about it and have the tools to organize these projects. I think for both, evaluation is also key to their growth. For public health and for pharmacy education, I think we still have a lot of opportunities open. We can still do much. And I think the most important thing is that we not only focus on projects on global scale, but also on regional scale. There are projects that might be of great concern and can do very well in the African region, but will not attract the members in Europe or in Paro. So I think that it's important that we also look directly to the needs of the regions in regards to our projects. For pharmacy education, I want to work on achieving more webinars to expand what we do in pharmacy education, to see that we can actually raise pharmacy education and with that portfolio be an addition to what you already are learning in the university, and to give you a broader scope of what pharmacy education can be and is. And of course, we want to try to increase the number of internships in that department as well. Thank you.
Lucas?
Thank you for your question. Before going on the projects itself, I believe that we from IPSF, with our skilled team, we can make new things. In Paro, I had this opportunity to be open to new ideas and to try to do things that no one ever did. And I think this is something that the future executive committee and me as president must to keep this in mind, that we can try new things and try to use this to achieve students. For the project itself, I believe that in professional development, we need to start looking in the other regions for trainers and new leaders. So, because then we'll go back, after trainings, they will go back to their countries and spread IPSF. For the pharmacy education, I believe that opinion making is related. We can say, by pharmacy education, teach our ideas, our values, and this is important. Webinars and articles, opinion making, they are important, they can be used. For public health, the projects and series, they are important, and they need to be expanded in a way that the students want to see this. So for these new ideas, probably we will have to create them. Thank you.
There is a suggestion from our end to keep the questions and also the answers very concise. So we would like to check whether the GA would feel comfortable with limiting the time of the answers to 45 seconds only, so a clear and concise answer can be given to you. Then I will challenge the candidates with the 45-second limit. I would like to pass the chair to Angela.
Radek wants to speak, so I'm giving the floor to Radek.
Thank you. Quite a significant part of this portfolio is the internal health policy development. My question is, how would you like to develop the policy committee in this regard, and then what would be your initial steps to do it?
Paran first.
Well, what I would like to see for policy is that we look also beyond public health. There's also advocacy that we can do within education, which is also very important. I would like to work with the policy committee to make sure that we start on policies and we have a clear view of on what we want to create our statements, that we can also get feedback from our members in what their opinions are, because the regions might have different views or different needs within that advocacy.
Thank you, Paran. Lucas?
Thank you for your question. For policy, I believe that I have two ideas for this. First, the opinion making inside IPSF must have the students on this. So we can be open to the members to put their input for the federation, so we can actually know who are making and that we are democratically representing the world. The second point, I believe that we can make advocacy in other levels, stating what are our conflicts.
10 more seconds. 10 more seconds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Next speakers on the list are ASIP Switzerland, APHA USA, And I'm giving the chair back to Radek.
Stefan, ASEP Switzerland. As you all know, a big part of IPSF is about learning from each other. I believe you had a close look at each other's applications. Which vision from the person standing next to you would you like to enact when you get elected?
No idea. You want a clarification? Can you please clarify the question?
Basically, I want to know, I believe you have read each other's application forms, or at least you have seen them right now, you have heard the presentation of each other. I want to know, is there one point of the agenda of the person standing next to you which you would like to pick up on in your mandate if you get elected?
Lucas first, followed by Parant.
Thank you for your question. I believe that one of the points that I can take from parents' ideas for the position, they are about the relations that we have with partners, especially student partners at EPSA. She had the opportunity as chairperson of Europe to work on this, and I had to learn a lot on this to understand the points, and I actually believe that it's really important for the president position. Thank you.
Parant.
Sorry. Thank you for your question, Stefan. I think what I can take from Lucas is exactly what he just mentioned in his previous question, is to reach out to the students to get their inputs on statements and what it means to the member organizations. So get their feedback on the policy that we are making at a more earlier stage than at the GA. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have APHA, ASP, United States, followed by EPSA.
Ashley Potter, APHA, ASP, USA. How do you plan to give equal attention and representation to the regions while addressing their unique weaknesses and problems?
Can you repeat the second part of your question, please?
How would you plan to give equal attention and representation to the regions of IPSF while addressing their unique problems?
Thank you. So, equal representation is getting input from the regions. If we, having the voices of the chairpersons of the regions being heard and getting their input on what that region specifically will need is important to make sure that their unique problems are handled. I think in both cases, the regional working group is playing a very large role in this. These are the people who are the closest to the region, to the traditions, to problems that arise within the region. And getting their input, getting their feedback on whether decisions or projects or anything works for their region, or whether we need to develop something new, or whether there is help needed from IPSF within a region. For that, I think mainly next year there will be a larger role for the chairpersons of the regional regional offices and their working groups to ensure we get great input from the region. Thank you.
Lucas.
Thank you for your question. I believe, as I said in my speech, that we have two ways to have an equal representation of all regions. First, the development of the regional working group, and the second is the joint work. In Paro, I had the opportunity to see that having the joint work with other executives as public health and professional development helps to get the IPSF inside the regions with more efficiency. More than this, the regional working group itself must be developed, and we have to define the real goals, not only using the tools that the regional working groups already have, but the other on their joint work idea, like CP meetings and CEO meetings and other tools that we have. With this, we can have the maximum input possible from our members in defining how do we need to represent them and how can we do this. Thank you.
Just a reminder who's still on my list. EPSA, KEPSA Kenya, GPSA Ghana, BUPS Bangladesh, QFUS Qatar, Iraq, NAPSA Australia, and Eric. For now, we will give the floor to EPSA, followed by KEPSA Kenya.
Luca, EPSA. Thank you for the presentation. You already covered our first question, so I will move for the second we had. It was regarding the planning with the regions and the work with the chairperson. How do you want to work with the several chairperson, and what will you do in the situation of having two ideas or confront different visions for the region? How will you deal with such situation? Thank you.
Lucas, followed by Parant.
Thank you for your question. About how we work with the chairpersons of the regional offices, I believe that first we need to have the proper leadership to understand, try to understand the points, and first accept it. Probably they understand what's happening and they have already some ideas of how to overcome problems. So again, the joint work is the word that can help us to overcome problems and to guarantee how the chairpersons will work. For this, the discussion and the joint development are really important. Thank you.
Parant?
I think the main thing is that listening to the chairperson and their regional working group, as they know the region the best, is what makes it essential. I would like to have more specific meetings with the chairpersons of the regions, just to know what is going on and have more updates on what is going on in the region and where do they need our help. If there is a conflict of vision, I think the main point is to listen and see where we can reach a compromise, where we can reach a joint happy place where we can both be happy with the outcomes of that discussion.
KEPSA Kenya, followed by GPSA Ghana. Kenya, please raise your hands high.
Good morning. My name is Barbara from Kenya. My question is, you've already talked about your weaknesses. I would like to know a specific weakness. Which one would, by being in your post as president, would be greatly overcome if you were to get the position? What weakness would be suppressed if you, I know you can't get rid of your weaknesses, but your post, how will it be minimized if you were to become president, either of you?
Parant, followed by Lucas.
For me, I think the most important one is criticism, accepting that, because as president, you will get criticized, and you should be criticized. And I think that will be very important into overcoming, for me, the fact that to deal with criticism and to accept and change from that. Thank you.
Lucas?
Thank you for your question. I believe that a weakness that may affect the president's work is my own weakness, the skepticism. some great ideas may be septic, and this may prejudice the workflow. However, having time to discuss the points and really trying to understand what they want with this and why they're doing this are really important. Not only to overcome criticism, but to help IPSF to be at its best. Thank you.
GPSA Ghana, followed by PUPS Bangladesh.
Good morning. My name is Theodora. I'm from Ghana. And there's been a lot of talk about getting member states to work together. I want to know the specific plan that you have and the best way you think integration of the member states can be fostered. Thank you.
Lucas, followed by Parant.
Thank you for your question. For the members to work together, first, we need to overcome the language barrier so they can really understand each other. And this is something that I believe that's possible. It's doable. And we have this experience in Paro. This is possible. The second point that I think is to see if they are willing to work together first. So in which project they are willing to work. Sometimes some countries want to go for a more professional development of our pharmacy education. So we need to see what they want and how to make them work together using IPSF as helping for this thing. Thank you.
Parant.
For me, it would be also to engage the CPs together. There's still, I feel a disconnect within the CPs sometimes. And if you can take away that barrier, the barrier of talking to one another, asking each other for input and asking each other for questions, that also will increase the amount of collaborative projects that can be done. Also, finding countries in which you have something in common, but also countries that you don't have anything in common with. You can learn from the ones you know about, but you can learn even more about the ones you don't. And I want to make sure that the members see that from each other, to really see what the others do. Thank you.
PUPS Bangladesh, followed by QFOS Qatar. And then Iraq, NOPS Australia, Eric YP Poland, and KNPSV the Netherlands, and PSA Taiwan.
Hi, Samin, BOPS Bangladesh. Thank you for your wonderful presentation and your views over the candidature of IPSF presidency. I have one question. What are your plans to improve the partnership with FIP and WHO? Thank you.
And it's Parant, followed by Lucas.
I think for a partnership with FIP, we are very close to one another, so there's the possibility of being more engaged in each other's work. But I think that we can engage FIP more in our pharmacy education, and especially with the sections that FIP has. That would be a great input if we would implement the webinars. For WHO, I think collaboration not only on global level, but also on regional level will be important. There's a lot of work that can be done on regional level, and there are things that the global level does not provide on regional level, and vice versa. So I think we should move to that as well. Thank you.
Lucas?
Thank you for your question. On FIP, I believe that we are not close ideologically, but we are close in a physical level too, because we are together, and they have the patron situation for us, not just a partner, but they are really close to us, really. So I believe that having joint work in all areas and see what they do and how can we bring this to pharmacy students, I think this is really important, and this can be developed. But about WHO, I believe that the regional level, like as in PAHO, you have the PAHO, PAHO. So we actually don't have any relations with them, and probably we can analyze this for the other regions too, how to develop it, how to include this. Thank you.
QFUS Qatar, followed by Iraq, IPST.
Shuruq from QFAS Qatar. Thank you all for your great work, but my question is, what future new plans do you have regarding the campaigns? Like, I mean, the health campaigns, or you're going to follow the previous campaigns done by the IPSF? Thank you.
Lucas, followed by Parant.
Thank you for your question. On campaigns, especially in public health, I believe that we have to work on more areas, not only having big projects like we have in the World Congress or trying to make our members. The work must come from the IPSF team too. And we can have the committees and subcommittees working to make the campaigns and share this and spread IPSF's ideas on public health. Other campaigns can be created in other levels. It don't need to be only in public health. So you can do this in pharmacy education and professional development. We can talk to people how you can improve this, and you can make this a campaign. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think when it comes to campaigns, it's also very important that the executive and the team themselves are engaged. I'm a very strong believer in setting the example, and I really want next year to the team to be engaged in the campaigns just as much as we ask our members to be engaged. What I do want to see in public health is maybe not to only expand on the number of campaigns we do, but really look into the quality of the campaigns that we make, and if we can really make an impact with the work that we do. For the other of portfolios, it's the same thing. Setting up projects, it has to bring additional value to what we do and what it brings to our members. But we also need the engagement with members to understand which projects are essential to them.
Now we will have NAPSA Australia, followed by Eric So, then YP Poland, KNPSV the Netherlands, GPSA Ghana, and ASEP Switzerland. And I'm sorry, for now we have Iraq, the first. Yeah.
I'm Junaid from Iraq. I want to ask, what can you do for us that other candidates can't?
There's a kind request that you clarify your question, as it is not understood. What is... Please be a little bit more specific.
I want to know about opinion of each candidate about the other candidates, you know, and what he or she can do for us that other can't do it.
Angela?
I think this question is quite similar to the previous question, why the candidates think they are better than the other candidates. So I want to ask the GA if they want to have the question, then please green card, red card if you feel that this has already been answered. I think the answer provided was sufficient, then I would propose to move on to the next question. Thank you.
Moving on, we will have NAPSA Australia, followed by Eric So.
Hi, Izzy from NAPSA Australia. Thank you for all the information that you've provided us. I would like to propose a procedural motion to close the open discussion.
Procedural motion to close the discussion from NAPSA Australia, seconded by KNPSV the Netherlands. All those against closing the discussion, please. So So first of all, I'll provide explanation as this is the first time that we're having this procedural motion. If the GA believes that the GA has received sufficient information in regards to the current debate, member organization can propose to close the discussion. This is a procedural motion which is debatable, and then the final decision. So it's not debatable. That's why we're not opening a discussion on the procedural motion. We're simply moving to the voting procedure. It requires 2/3 majority in order to be accepted and then for the discussion to be closed. Is this clear for everyone? Can I have the motion cards? Perfect. That means we're moving to the voting on this procedural motion. All those against closing the discussion, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The discussion has been closed. We will now kindly ask the candidates to leave the room. Also, no. Please leave the room after this has happened. No usage of phones, smartphones, computers is allowed. So please refrain from doing so. We would also like to ask for the live streaming to be off. Can you do it? The time is up. Please go back to your seats, or rather run. SOP Denmark, SOP Denmark, SOP Denmark. Thank you. And FF Spain. Please go back to your seats. FF Spain. Thank you for your understanding. Okay. So now that we have had the intra-delegation discussion, we will move to the voting procedure. I will display the slide. The closed discussion has been closed. So for now, as of this moment, it is allowed. Can we have the slides on the screen, please? Finally, the slide is on the screen. For this voting, we will be using the secret ballot number 31. The three available options for voting are Lucas, Parent, or alternatively reopen. Please state one of these three options for your vote to be valid. Once you have casted your vote, please raise your hands with the secret ballots up high so the scrutineers can start collecting the votes. So whoever is ready, please collect the votes. Then we will invite the scrutineers to come to the stage and help with clarifying the outcome. Jenna, you want to go? You can go. If you still didn't cast your vote, please show us the card also, so we can, the green, the red emotion card. I see no red emotion cards, so I assume that all the votes have been casted. The scrutineers, please come to the stage, to Dale, that way, and you will be instructed. We will now invite the applicants to come to the room for the announcement. It seems that our candidates have gone to Paro together since they're not coming back. I have the pleasure to announce that Ms. Paranta Havan has been elected to serve as IPSF President 2014-2015. Congratulations. We are suggesting to move to the coffee break. I hope this is accepted. In this case, can I have a proposal for suspending the standing orders? FEF Spain is very enthusiastic, seconded by not so enthusiastic, but CAPSI Canada. I can display the results anytime. I will. Let's just proceed with the voting then. So suspension of the standing orders proposed by FEF Spain, seconded by CAPSI Canada. All those against, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The standing orders have been suspended. We will now proceed with the roll call, so I give the floor to Angela, and meanwhile I'll display the slide.
Scrutineers, please. Please collect the voting cards and the envelopes. We start with ASEPA Algeria, NABS Australia, AFIB Austria, CAPSI Canada, CPSA Croatia, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark. Next is FIPSA Finland. ANEB France, BPHD Germany, GPSA Ghana, SAP South Africa, delegated to GPSA Ghana, HUPSA Hungary, Please, the delegates, also raise your hands when I called your name. Thank you. IPASF India, IPHSA Iran, APS Japan, KEFSA Kenya, ZPSA Zimbabwe, delegated to KEFSA Kenya, MIPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, YP Poland, APEF Portugal, QFUS Qatar, KNEPS Republic of Korea, PASFA Romania, NAPSA Serbia. No. Next is SPSA Slovakia, CHSSF de Slovenia, FEF Spain. Then it's NEP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, QSYT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA United Kingdom, APHA ASP USA, and FERCOF Costa Rica, delegated to APHA ASP. Enjoy the coffee break, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes, which is 11:45. Thank you. Hello. Official delegates, please take your seats. We're about to start with the roll call in a few seconds. Dear candidates for the Secretary General election, please get ready. Are you about to start? Let's push them. Algeria? Algeria, you better run.
Everyone, please take your seats. And please take your seats now, not in 5 minutes, not in 1 minute, but just now. BPHD Germany. And everyone. Okay. We are now moving to the roll call. Please take your seats. If you're not there, you will not be given the voting right. So Angela, roll call.
We start with ASEPA Algeria, NAPS Australia, AFIP Austria, CPSA Croatia, no, CAPSI Canada, sorry, Croatia, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, IPSF Egypt, JPSA Jordan delegated to IPSF Egypt, PIPSA Finland, ANEP France, BPHD Germany, GPSA Ghana, South Africa delegated to GPSA Ghana, HOPSA Hungary, IPASF India, IPHSA Iran, APS Japan, KEFSA Kenya, ZPSA Zimbabwe delegated to KEFSA Kenya, MIPSA Malaysia, KNAPS KNP the Netherlands, YP Poland, APF Portugal, QFUS Qatar, FAS for Romania, no, KNAPS Republic of Korea, FAS for Romania, NAPSA Serbia, NUPSA Singapore, not present, SPSA Slovakia, SHUSSFD Slovenia, FEF Spain, FPSA Sudan, not present, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA United Kingdom, APHA ASP USA, and FIRCOF Costa Rica delegated to APHA ASP USA. 39 full members present and voting.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Before we open the session, just a recap information, I would say. Remember that we have lots of elections. The morning one was smooth, however, it still took some time. So please really stick to the 45-second rule, whereas it's very easy for us to manage the candidates next to us to stick to the rule, it is up to the official delegates to respect what we have decided. So please do it yourself. I don't really want to step on your rights, on your speaking rights, unless it's really needed. So that's one of the rules. Also, for the sake of other discussions, there's a suggestion that every 5 questions, I would ask the GA for a informal feedback, whether there was sufficient information provided for you so you can vote. Even if the information has been insufficient and I see confusion in the room, I will still check for it so we can establish some kind of routine and learn as we go. If I see that there's more or less of consensus that sufficient information was provided, I would then suggest that I ask for a proposer to close the discussion, seconder, and then you guys vote. Of course, then you are free to vote against closing the discussion if you believe you want to go on. Would that be okay by the General Assembly that we, for the sake of efficiency, implement this rule? Okay, perfect. I'll stick to this. In this case, can I please have a proposer for resuming the standing orders, BPHD Germany, seconded by IPSF Egypt. Thank you for coming to this session. Welcome warmly. All those against resuming the standing orders, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The standing orders have been resumed, and we are now moving with the other agenda points. Now that we have slides, we may start. We will move on with the agenda point 5.2, election of the Secretary General. What's important here to notice is that this is a 2-year-long mandate, so it's going to be election of the Secretary General 2014-2016. We have received 2 nomination forms from Ms. James Riley White from Australia and Mr. Luka Kosic from Slovenia. I will now display the nomination forms, 30 seconds per slide. First for James, then presentation, just as usual. I would now like to invite James to come to the stage and give his 3-minute presentation. James, you may start when you're ready.
Good morning to all official delegates. As you know, my name is James Wright, and I'm running for the position of IPSF Secretary General for the term of 2014 to 2016. I first approached Angela in January about the position, learning the actual role of the position, commitments in terms of time and money, and I have been actively seeking out all the information I can gather about this position for the last approximately 6 months. For the past year, I've been working as the IPSF Asia Pacific Regional Office Secretary, and through that I've done many of the roles that the Secretary General would perform on a smaller scale, including the preparation of regional assemblies, minuting meetings, preparing official documents, and in ensuring that the regional office adheres to the Constitution. Throughout my career, I have had extensive leadership roles, from my work with the Rural and Indigenous Health Club at my university through to more professional roles with the Society of Hospital Pharmacists Australia, and additionally with charity organisations such as Esteem Outreach. Through this, I have been able to gather a lot of skills that I believe will be extremely beneficial to the role of Secretary General, and I've been able to gather experience that I believe will additionally be beneficial to this role. I've extensively worked with constitutions, with the IPSF constitution, and I've also had experience in drafting constitutions from scratch, especially in the Esteem Outreach organisation that I was involved in. I truly, honestly believe that I have the experience, the attributes, and the skills necessary to do a fantastic job at this position. And I would implore the GA that if they also believed that I did, to vote for me. So I'd like to thank you, and please, yes.
Thank you, James. Now another nomination form will be displayed from Luca. I would like to now invite Luca to come to the stage and also give his 3-minute oral presentation.
Hello. Good morning to you. I'm Luca from IPSF Slovenia, and I'm running for Secretary General 2014-16. My experience for this background comes mostly from the Student Council, where I have served on at our faculty and university level now for 3 years, working with different legal systems and representing our students within our faculty, within our university, and within our country. My international experience comes mostly from working within the board of IPSF, where I have worked with 3 different CPs and 1 ex-parliamentarian, giving them my opinions and my input in how the IPSF legal framework should be structured. I have also attended this is my 2nd IPSF Congress. I have been at 1 LIT, I have been at 1 EPSA, and I have also attended the AFP that was held at our faculty this year. This year I was member of Constitutional Working Party, and also now I'm member of the Motions Committee. My vision for what the Secretary General should do in this 2-year term is mostly concerned that the Secretary General should not only be the person who does archives and documents, but their biggest input should be concerning the legal framework of IPSF and making sure that the projects that we have do not get stopped because we have problems within the legal framework, but that we can work with that legal framework to make projects work. One of my biggest tasks for the first year will be the new official documents, which I hope will get approved by this General Assembly. They will need to be implemented, and I hope that by next year we will already have, if necessary, some amendments to what will be accepted this year. I would also like to change the way the official documents are represented at IPSF webpage, so they will be more useful. And I would like to see our members start using the IPSF legal framework for their own national associations, because I believe the IPSF legal framework is very good and it can be used for your own association problems if you have them. Another thing is I would like to expand my experience from working with different legal frameworks into IPSF legal frame and making it a bit more clear and a bit more mostly more clear. Okay, so I will just go through. I would like to further develop the regional offices. I would like to change the way the GA is run because I know it can be done more efficiently. And I would like to change the reports of the executive, CP meetings, and I would like to work closely with our new president on the implementation of IPSF strategic plan because I have a lot of experience with quality assurance. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to ask both candidates to come to the stage. And I would like to open the floor for a discussion. Are there any questions towards both candidates? Maybe comments? AFF well? At the back, AFF well. AFF well. And then Bobs Bangladesh.
Thank you. Irma Gomes, IFFL, Portugal. I would like to know your plans for the near future, like 2 years, regarding your lives and what you're going to do, because it's Secretary General, it's a position that takes a lot of your time, and I would like to know what you plan to do with it and how do you plan to manage it for the next 2 years. Thank you.
James first, and then followed by Luca.
Within the next year, I will be moving on to my internship program in Australia. So I will be working full-time throughout the year as a pharmacist, and I believe this can be done with the secretary role as Angela has done in the past year. In addition to that, I will not have any sort of commitments in terms of other committees, and I have the ability to drop any other commitments that have come up. I have spoken with my potential employer regarding this issue, and they have been allowed to be flexible with my employment in terms of travel and attending executive meetings in the World Congress. Does that answer your question? I think. Yeah.
Luca?
Thank you for your question. I'm supposed to graduate in mid-November, and I have nothing really big planned till next World Congress. So I will try to dedicate that time to IPSF as much as I can. And also all the positions that I currently hold at our university will expire with the 1st of October, sorry. So I will have a lot of time to deal with IPSF.
Thank you. We now will give the floor to BOOPS Bangladesh, followed by NOPSA Australia.
Hi, Samin, BOOPS Bangladesh. Thank you for your nice presentation. I have one question to ask. During your mandate, what are the key issues of the official document you wish to update? Thank you.
Luca first, and then followed by James.
With regards to my experience with legal frames, I believe that the official documents may have some loopholes regarding elections and appointments, and the whole legal framework is sometimes opened for interpretations that may be beyond a good law practice of acceptance of the fact that every person that fits into that legal framework should know in advance what their rights and abilities are. I believe that in some points the IPSF official documents do not enable that, and I would like to change that.
James?
The biggest issue I see at the moment with the official documents, and this is coming from the standpoint of the regional office, is that many of the activities of the regional offices are not defined within the official documents, and it's open to a lot of interpretation that can create miscommunication and has a great varying in what the actual regional offices do, and varies between the regional offices. So one of my big projects would be to evaluate the scope and the impact of the regional offices within the official documents, ensuring that everything that is done properly is written down. One of my mottos is, if you don't write it down, it didn't happen. So we need to start looking at what we're doing and actually putting it into the official documents.
Now NAPSA Australia, and anyone else who wants to speak, please raise your hands up high so I can take you down to the list.
Izzy from NAPSA Australia. First of all, thank you both for your presentations and applications. Both of you mentioned making changes to the official delegates, not the official delegates, documents. My question to both of you is, what specific skills will you bring to the role to make sure that these changes will take place and that they will take place smoothly?
James, followed by Luca.
Well, first off, one of the major skills I do have is I'm a native English speaker, so I understand wording and the interpretation of words very well. So I'd like to make sure that the clarity of the motion would be understood by any person reading it, and I think they have that skill. In terms of actually implementing the changes, I like to get things done early and have things done well. So there would be a lot of work early on so that these changes would be presented to the General Assembly and official delegates well before they were voted on, so everyone could be informed of the changes in a proper manner. And that's one of the things I really would like to push if I was elected.
Luca?
I believe that the current proposal for official documents is very good, and I would like to first implement it and let it work for a while so we see the problems that may appear, because the changes were so huge that we may not know where the problems will arise. There may be some different, maybe there is some weird wording, there may be some unclarities that we are currently unaware of because the changes were so massive. And we don't have, there is very hard to say this will be the problem because we don't know the changes were so massive. But if the changes will be needed, if they prove to be required, I believe that most of the work should be done with CPs and regional offices before the World Congress begins, so that when we arrive at the World Congress, we already have sort of an approval from CPs, so that we know that the ODIs will also go into this direction, so that we don't come to the World Congress and argue everything all over again.
KMPSV, the Netherlands, and then anyone else who wants to speak? CPSA Croatia, followed by CZPSA Czech Republic.
Michiel, KMPSV, the Netherlands. I would like to know from you, what is your personal motivation for running for this position?
Luca, then James.
My personal motivation is that I think that the IPSF legal framework could be done a lot better. So I hope that's my primary goal, to make the IPSF legal framework a lot better. The next thing is, I've been to a few congresses and I've seen how efficient GAs can be, and that's my second motivation. I would really like the IPSF General Assembly to be a lot more efficient and a lot more content-wise.
James?
My personal motivation behind this role is that I have been working in a similar role throughout the regional office for the past year, and I've found that I really enjoy it. I'm one of those odd people who enjoys working with constitutions and official things. And secondly, I've found that I've been good at it. And I believe I can bring that to the Secretary General role and improve the way that we work as a federation and improve the way that we organise ourselves. So that would be my personal motivation behind running for the role.
Thank you. I will read the list of the speakers we have taken down for speaking. Now we will move with CPSA Croatia, then CZPSA Czech Republic, ASEP Switzerland, IFF Well, Lisbon, and then BPSA UK. If anyone wants to speak, please raise your hands high. Then the floor goes to CPSA and then CZPSA.
Domagoj, CPSA Croatia. My personal opinion is that lots of paperwork usually slows things down. And I noticed at Luca's presentation, he was focused on efficiency more. So I'm interested, do both of you have any proposals for making GA more efficient? And if so, what would that be?
James, followed by Luca.
One of the things with the GA and making it efficient is that we do come around a lot in circular discussions, and that eats away in the time usually. I think one of the things that would improve that is expanding the power of the procedural motions and ensuring that all official delegates know of the procedural motions that they can propose to either move the meeting along or slow the meeting down. I think that has to come from the official delegates rather than the executive, because this is a meeting of official delegates. The executive is just here to chair the meeting. So yeah, I think the perfect role for that would be expanding the procedural motions to improve efficiency.
Luca?
When I was at Autumn Assembly of IPSA in Valencia, I saw how well the GA can function. So I believe that IPSA has given us a very good structure to go on. The first thing that I like is having separate positions of chairperson and facilitator or speaker, so that the speaker can focus more on the process of the GA and the chairperson can really deliver the content when it's needed. The next thing is, I really like the hand signals. Last night when we had the RA, it was really easy to navigate through all the discussion because we knew who wanted to have a new point, who wanted to have further discussion on the same issue. And I would also like to make the motions committee, to give more power to the motions committee and to make them really work with accordance to the IPSF legal structure, so that the ODs would understand that some things cannot be done because we have other rules that need to be followed.
Since this was 5 questions, I'm going to ask you for informal feedback, whether you believe that enough information has been provided to the GA for voting, and also, of course, closed discussion. So green cards if you've already made your mind, then red cards if you did not. Okay, so I see half-half. We will for now continue with the discussion, and I'll check in a few questions. CZPSA Czech Republic at the first row, followed by IPSF Switzerland.
Šárka, CZPSA Czech Republic. My question is, have you already read all of the official documents of IPSF? And if yes, how many times?
Luca, followed by James.
I've literally lost count. Sorry.
James.
I actually spent a night before Congress reading through the official documents in bed by myself on a Saturday night. So that was quite sad, but I have skimmed the documents, read through them, highlighted. I have an annotated version at home. Yep.
Thank you. These are the section's guilty pleasures. We're moving on to IPSF Switzerland and then IFFOL.
Stefan, IPSF Switzerland. A lot of this discussion has now been focused on the official documents, but there are also other parts to the portfolio of a Secretary General, as for example, collecting reports, scanning through reports, and all what has to do with reports of executive and of CPs. Do you have any visions how that can maybe be improved, the whole process of reporting, how you check on reports?
Luca, I'm sorry, James, followed by Luca.
In the past year, I have had experience with reports, and especially on the regional level, receiving reports and credential forms. I think that the main way it can be improved is allowing an upload system, so they don't just have to be emailed, they can be uploaded to a central location that would allow the Secretary General to free up a lot of their time emailing back and forth, chasing up reports, and getting people to send them via email. So I think there can be some ways we can improve the efficiency of that. And I believe that was started this year with the use of Box, and hopefully that can be continued to allow CPs to upload reports directly, and then they're at least in one place, and you don't have to worry about downloading them emails, putting them in a file and archive, and it frees up a lot of time.
Luca?
I think that the reports done by executive are way too long, and there is a lot of repetition in there. So what I would like to do is have one report for the whole IPSF, and then if members of the executive wish to report specifically on their portfolios, they can do that, but that space should be limited so that we don't have 120 pages of report, but we have a decent number that is readable in a reasonable amount of time.
IFFOL, followed by BPSA UK.
Eduardo, IFFOL Portugal. I have a simple answer question for you. Are you aware of Dutch law? Thank you.
Luca and then James.
I'm not specifically aware of the Dutch law, but I am very well aware of good law practice, and I think the Dutch law follows good law practice.
James?
I'm not aware specifically of Dutch law. I'd be willing to work with KMPSV, the Netherlands, and the Executive Committee to learn what I would need to know.
Thank you. Then BPSA UK, followed by Alpha Postia.
Okay, so BPSA UK. Are there any challenges you think you may face in the next 2 years of your mandate? And if so, any steps you may want to take to prepare for that? Thank you.
James and then Luca.
The main challenge for me, I feel, would be a bit of time management, especially with working full-time and having this role on top of that. That being said, in the past year, I've had the APRO secretary role as well as several advisory roles on other committees, and so I feel that I would be able to manage the time well and have been doing so in the past year and years.
Luca?
My biggest worry about this position is that the changes that I would like to make will not get accepted, or that the vision that I have will not be understood as I would wish it to be.
Alpha Austria, and then anyone who wants to speak.
Patrick, AFEP Austria. So, as we see, the Secretary General and the President are working very closely together. So, how are you going to do that in your mandate?
Can you please repeat?
So, since the Secretary General and the President are working closely together, how are you going to do that in your mandate?
Luca and then James.
I get on quite well with Paran, so I think that shouldn't be a problem. And then for the next president, I hope we get along. It's for the better of IPSF that we get along, and I will try my best to get along with the president.
James?
I would say that I have a fantastic relationship with Paran. We have similar ideas about how things in a procedural sense should be done. Not so much conceptually with ideas, and there is some debate, healthy debate of course, but we have similar ideas about procedural running and internal running of IPSF, so I think that we work quite well together.
Thank you. I have no other speakers on the list. Would anyone like to comment? In this case, I will close the floor for discussion. No procedural motion is needed, KNPSV, but thank you. The floor is closed, and we will now ask our candidates to leave the room, the live streaming to be off, and then your computers, any other devices to be switched and not used during this discussion. Can we also have RC or helping committee stand by the doors and make sure that no one leaves or enters the room? Thank you, Prosper, for volunteering. Let's just give a few seconds so Okay, the 2 minutes is up.
Number 2 is fine.
Yes, the 2 minutes is up. Please make your way back to your seats. Yeah, I did. CZPSA, please go back to your seats. So please everyone else, as it was requested already a couple of minutes ago. Thank you. Finally, we have it. We will be using secret ballot number 2 for this voting. The 3 available options are either James or Luca or reopen. It's all displayed on the slide. Secret ballot number 2. Hands up high when you have casted your vote. So once the outcome is, okay, just Diogo, you don't have to keep the door closed anymore. Okay. Has everyone casted their votes? Have the votes been collected? If not, please show me your red card. Otherwise, the scrutineers will come to the stage and then we will clarify the outcome. Meanwhile, a little explanation. As it's 10 to 1, we will suspend the standing orders as soon as we can, and please also leave the room as soon as you can to avoid the queue for the lunch. Please be back at 2:30. That means I will simply move on with the roll call and everything without much congratulations to whoever wins, and then we will do it at the break. Also, Lawrence has 2 announcements, so please, Lawrence, announce whatever there is to be announced.
So there were a few people late again this morning. I got 2 people from Egypt being late, IPSF, 2 people from Ghana being late, and Miss Ezra Nureldin, and 1 person from Spain. So you all owe the development fund €1 each.
And then remember, if you are not here at 2:30, we will also collect. I will also take care of displaying the outcome on the screen while Angela is performing the roll call to save little time, but then run for the food. Can we ask the candidates to come to the room? Diogo, can you invite the candidates to the room? Have you seen any potential sections out there? Please come to the stage. I have the pleasure to announce that Ms. James White has been elected. Sorry, Mr. James White has been elected to serve the Federation as its IPSF Secretary General 2014-2016. Congratulations. Okay. In this case, I would like to have a proposal for suspending the standing orders. ATEP Tunisia, seconded by TPAYC Turkey. All those against suspending the standing orders, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The standing orders have been suspended. Please wait before you go for lunch for the roll call to be performed. I'll take care of displaying. Floor to Angela.
ASEP Algeria, NABS Australia, AFEP Austria, CAPSI Canada, CPSA Croatia, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, IPSF Egypt, JETPSA Jordan delegated to IPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, ANEP France, BPHD Germany, GPSA Ghana, SAP South Africa delegated to GPSA Ghana, HUPSA Hungary, IPASF India, IPHSA Iran, APS Japan, CAFSA Kenya, ZPSA Zimbabwe, MIPSA Malaysia, KNP the Netherlands, YP Poland, APEF Portugal, QFUS Qatar, NABS Republic of Korea, FASFA Romania, NAPSA Serbia, SPSA Slovakia, SCHSSF Slovenia, FEF Spain, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA United Kingdom, APHA USA, and FERCOF Costa Rica delegated to APHA ASP USA.
Thank you. You are free for lunch. The outcome is displayed.
We'll be back at 2:30, and I also have to announce that for the second round of elections for the chairperson of pharmacy education and professional development, we received one nomination for each position, which is already online available on the box folder, and it will be printed and displayed after lunch as well. Thank you.
I would like to invite Ratna to come to the stage for his 3-minute presentation.
Hello. Can I start? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ratna Chituri from IPSF India. I have been involved with IPSF as contact person in membership promotion, professional development, corporate relations committee. I was the president of IPSF India 2012-2013. IPSF India was awarded the world's best association award, that is Sydney J. Ralph Award, during my term. External relations has 3 major responsibilities. The first point would be maintaining relations with external partners such as FIP, WHO, etc., looking for new partnership opportunities, raising sponsorship and funds for IPSF. I'll be interning at WHO from January 2015 to June, because of which I will be able to attend the WHO board meeting in January and World Health Assembly in June. Because of my presence at WHO, I'll be able to understand WHO in a detailed way, look for collaboration opportunities for IPSF, and deepen our existing relationship. I've already spoken to my family, who has agreed to support me for travel in IPSF. My presence in Europe will also help me to travel different partners in Europe, across the world, and keep in contact with IPSF. I will focus on creating new partnership with organizations where I believe IPSF should have a voice or opinion. Other than that, I will also focus on institutions which will help us to bring sponsorship. I will heavily focus on building relations with alumni. Many of them are in important positions across the world. I feel that we can leverage them strongly to raise sponsorship. I will request for a new position of an alumni coordinator to be included under Chairperson of External Relations. In India, we have an advisory board for our students' organization. The advisory board consists of alumni, prominent industrialists, and senior academicians. Advisory board helps us to build relations with the organization, to which we have eventually may lead to sponsorship in many cases. I will also work on the same proposal to create a similar structure in IPSF. I have experience in raising sponsorship, creating new partnerships, because my role as the president and secretary in my national organization. I have raised substantial amounts for our events and projects in 2012-2013 in India for the congresses. I have approached many sponsors in CRC and convinced one of them to fund us for 400 euros for next year. Based on my sponsorship experience, I realized that they're expecting more value, which can be delivered through customized proposals. I will be able to carry forward and build upon the work from the current chairperson of external relations. I feel that because of my presence and experience in IPSF, especially Corporate Relations Committee, role as a president and secretary in my national organization makes me uniquely suitable for this position. I request you to give me an opportunity to serve the Federation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ratna. Philippa, if you may join on the stage, we will open the floor for a discussion. UPSA Hungary, followed by FAS Romania, then IFUL. Please.
It's good.
Please.
Daniel, Hupsa, Hungary. Guys, may I ask you, both of you, in maximum 45 seconds, to present IPSF to the GA?
Absolutely.
Okay. Present what IPSF is. 25.
45 or 25?
45.
What is IPSF in 45 seconds?
Yeah, like you were presenting to us. Okay. Philippa first and then Ratna. Oh, sorry.
Did you understand the question? 45 seconds? Present IPSF.
So IPSF is the International Federation of Pharmacy Students. We are a global organization. We represent pharmacy students all over the world in 82 countries. And we are currently looking for sponsorships to improve our works and our projects. We believe we can be an addition for your company, and we can improve your branding and our students' opinion about your company. Thank you.
Ratna?
Well, International Pharmaceutical Student Federation is a non-political, non-governmental, non-religious organization. It represents 84 countries across the globe, and it takes all the views and opinions of each and every country at the General Assembly, which is held at IPSF World Congress. And coming up to beneficial, well, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, first Romania, followed by IFOL Portugal.
Hi, I'm Elena from FAST for Romania. In your opinion, which is the greatest challenge for this position? Thank you.
The greatest challenge. The greatest challenge.
The greatest
challenge for this position. For this. Ratna first and then Philippa.
Okay. Well, the greatest challenge for this position would be like raising sponsorships. That's one point. And finding new external partners. Thank you.
Philippa?
I think that currently the biggest challenge in this position are sometimes the bureaucracy that we have to face to get things done. And the other thing is that we are selling an organization, not exactly a product. So in order to get sponsorships and funding, we really have to work on all the assets that we can find. And I would say that sometimes a lot of information gets lost and a lot of external contacts get lost. So that's another challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. IFFOL Portugal, followed by ASEP Switzerland.
Rodrigo Simões, IFFOL Portugal. First of all, thank you for your presentation. Have you thought about external relations with more non-pharmaceutical or non-health students associations that can maybe help IPSF in policy advocacy and maybe support IPSF with certain events like ESU, European Students' Union, and some other associations?
Philippa, followed by Ratna. Did you understand the question? Can you please repeat your question? Please speak slowly and clearly. It's very difficult to hear what you're saying on this stage, so even though you guys may hear it, we may not.
Have you thought about external relations with some other students?
Oh, I understand now. It's
okay.
I understand the question. Oh, you are asking me what connections we have or partnerships we have with other students' associations.
Yes, non-pharmaceutical students association and non-health students associations that can maybe ideas that you have to those partners and how you can address them.
Well, currently IPSF maintains relations with the Medical Students Association and also the Dental Students Association, and we pretend to maintain these partnerships. We actually have the WHSS that we organize contracting with them, so I pretend to still looking for other associations and students associations because I believe we have a lot to learn from other associations, and they don't have to be actually about medical or the pharmacy profession, we have a lot to learn about law, students' associations, and for example, in our position for external, we could learn a lot from a business student association, you know. They could help us know how to fundraise and how to get sponsorships. That's something to work on, absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Ratna?
I'm looking forward to work with any other student association. Well, working with another student association back, I will consult the other students association like IFMSA. Well, it represents more than 101 countries, and they have very, very huge congresses. And I've been to I have been to IFMSA back in 2011 after my World Congress. So I can get a lot of new thoughts. I can basically take a lot of suggestions from them and see their sponsorship perspectives and try to implement them in IPSF if it really applies. Thank you.
Okay, a technical from full Portugal.
Can I please clarify my question because I didn't understand it?
Okay, please.
External relations, I think Philippe understand it, but Ratna don't. External relations with non-pharmaceutical and non-health students associations that you can make to improve policy and advocacy in IPSF.
Well, the European Law Student Association, so I just gone through the MOU of the European Law Student Association. Basically, it will be a little difficult to try to get new ideas from them because the way we work is totally different, and the way the other student organizations works is totally different. Other than that, like I've seen many like coming up to the international associations. Well, coming up to, I guess that would be the answer because there are no other association what I've seen where I researched about the other association which is actually capable enough.
Thank you. Now ASEP Switzerland, followed by BOOPS Bangladesh.
Simon, ASEP Switzerland. Could you please elaborate your plans for the collaboration with the WHO?
Yeah.
Ratna first, and then Philippa.
So that I will be interning at WHO from Jan to June. And my basic responsibility at that point of time, I'll be working in TDR and also at external portfolio of WHO in Geneva itself. I'll be staying at Geneva itself. I will get an opportunity to interact with the officials of WHO there. Other than that, I'll try to find more projects and actually research on them there and try to collaborate them with IPSF. Thank you.
Philippa?
Thank you for your question. Regarding WHO, my currently ideas are looking for more opportunities for pharmacy students, mainly internships. I think we have a solid base of projects with them for campaign and awareness, but we can get a lot of more from them. And I think that internship is going to be something that I will work on. Thank you.
Just a clarification. Collaboration with WHO is not exactly the scope of this position, as WHO within IPSF is handled by the chairperson of public health as the main focal point and the president as the secondary focal point, just for the GA to understand. And we're moving now to BOOPS Bangladesh, followed by CAPSI Canada.
Hi, Samin, BOOPS Bangladesh. Thank you for your nice presentation. I have one question, which is, as you both of you are involved in corporate relations committee, so what company you have approached during your term in corporate relations committee, and will you be able to bring back those networks in IPSF during your mandate as chairperson of external relations? Thank you.
So, can I? Yes, you were asking what ideas I have for corporate relations committee, right? Yes. No.
During your term in corporate relations committee, what are the companies that you have approached for sponsorship? And will you be able to bring those networks back into IPSF folds when you are actually having your mandate as a chairperson of external relations? Thank you.
Okay, so
We would just like to clarify something with Jakub before allowing this question. Okay, Jakub?
Jakub, the current chairperson of External Relations. Just a point of clarification. The CRC members were asked and assigned to specific companies to approach. So I don't think that this question has been raised would bring anything new to the table, except of whether they did or did not reach out for the companies they were assigned to. Unless the GA would like to know whether they did or did not do their job.
Do you understand, or do you need more clarification? Green cards if you are good, red cards if you need more information. Okay, it means that they were, as members of the committee, it was one of their duties to reach out to different companies, but it was not their own choice, but it was rather assigned by the chairperson of external relations and corporate relations coordinator. Clear? Thank you.
And thereby we'll be moving to the next question from CAPSI Canada, followed by BPHD Germany.
Can you hear me? Okay. Anna, CAPSI Canada. Philippa and Ratna, I want to commend you on your speeches, and I'm really happy to see you up there. One of the obstacles that corporate relations has had this year was getting into contact with the right representatives and maintaining interest despite often lengthy corporate approval processes. How do you plan on establishing these relationships with the right people? And furthermore, how do you plan to facilitate an expedited partnership approval process in order to bring money to the Federation? Sure. So, how do you plan to establish relationships with the right people, and how do you plan on facilitating an expedited partnership approval process so that you can bring money to the Federation at the end of the day?
And now we will have Philippa answer first and then Ratna.
So my main ideas for fundraising, actually fundraising will be one of my priorities because I think that Mr. Jakub has handled me a pretty solid foundation. He faced all the bureaucracy, and now we have a solid ground to work on fundraising And that's, as I stated on my presentation, one of our biggest weaknesses, because at the end of the day, it's external relations responsibility to support financially the other executives so they can do and commit to their duties without financial constraints. So to bring money to the Federation, I'm currently thinking about rearranging that prospectus that Mr. Jakob initiated last year. Not exactly in terms of prices, I agree them, but more in terms of graphically design, because I believe that most of IPSF important information is getting lost in very extensive and fatiguing emails, and that's not attractive to companies. They just lose interest. So I'm thinking about reformulating that. Thank you.
How do you plan to establish relationships with the right people, though? I didn't feel like I got an answer to that.
What do you mean with the right people?
With the people who control where the money is being allocated from their association.
I've done an extensive research on, for example, Pfizer grants. I think Pfizer grants are one aspect that IPSF really has to go after, because I've been analyzing their past reports, and they have been handling grants to other institutions and organizations that actually are very similar to us. So I know that we have been some minor issues with taxes and other things, but I think that there is something to overcome, and I will go for grants, absolutely, to get money.
Thank you. Ratna?
Coming up to sponsorship and selecting the right people, I have a few strategies for that. My first strategy would be approaching an alumni. Well, IPSF alumni, there are a lot of alumni from IPSF who are into industries, institutions, pharmacies, in good positions. I guess even today, they will be having the same spirit and love towards IPSF. So either we could collaborate with them, with their institutions or industries, or else we can actually take their guidance and try to approach more industries. Other than that, last year, we created a database of the list of industries where the chairperson of external relations and few of the subcommittee members, and even I traveled to CPHI, so we identified the potential pharma industries who can sponsor for IPSF. So we will try to get in touch with, we will get in touch with them and prepare a customized proposals for them. And in the same way, every multinational companies have an annual report, and they do budget for corporate social responsibility projects. So we could actually focus on CSR projects and try to partner with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Before proceeding further, I would like to ask Jay informally whether you feel that you have been provided sufficient information to initially make the choice. Can I have your cards? Just to see what is the situation. Just quite some red cards, so we will proceed. I will just instruct the candidates on 2 points if you allow that.
Yes.
Moving on, BPHD Germany, followed by IPSF Algeria. Okay? In this case, IPSF India. Delegates, remember about hands. First Germany when the microphone works, and then IPA-SF India.
Chris, BPHD Germany. So since Ratna mentioned during his presentation that he is going to WHO in Europe, but he also wants to build new sponsorships and cooperations. Jakob was working together with Parant at the MOU regarding EPSA. How aware are you of the MOU and also the restrictions being included? I think that's an important point since we have representatives of EPSA sitting here inside of the GA.
Okay, now we will have Philippa answer first. No, I'm sorry, Ratna answer first, and then Philippa.
Coming up to the MOU of IPSF and EPSA, I think the last MOU which was signed, but that doesn't give a great clarity. And I guess there is a revised MOU this year by the present chairperson of External Relations. And that MOU has been not out at this point of time. So based on the last MOU which was signed, I could actually comment on it. Like what I've read in the MOU is like IPSF and EPSA have a MOU where they collaborate their projects, and other than that, like the events which are all the public health projects and other events, and other than that, there will be a representative at IPSF World Congress with a free registration. That's what it's mentioned, and vice versa. Other than that, there was one more point which was there in the MOU was regarding the sponsorship. And it was like if IPSF approaches one sponsor, and if EPSA is trying to approach, so they need to take, they need to consult IPSF and approach. So even that is also vice versa. Thank you.
Philippa.
The memorandum of understanding with EPSA has been revised last year and this year, and I know that a great effort has been made from both associations, EPSA and IPSF, to come to an agreement. And I look forward to work with Mr. Lucas Besson to keep on this beneficial agreement for both organizations, because I totally believe that it's possible for us to coexist in Euro region. Thank you.
Thank you. IPASF India, followed by ATEP Tunisia.
Okay, hello. Can you explain about your personal commitment and how will you manage time for this particular position, as this position is very important in maintaining certain relations with the organizations. So how will you manage time and your commitment for this position?
Did you understand? Philippa first, and then Ratna.
So my commitments for next year, I won't be attending any internships, and I won't be working on other associations. I'll just be continuing my pharmacy studies. So I believe I will be able to manage my agenda and have the time to devote to IPSF. And I know that this position is very time consuming. I'm aware of that, and I believe I will be okay. Thank you.
Ratna.
Well, coming up to my personal commitments, at this point of time, I have no commitments. Till December, I'm very flexible after the World Congress. I I can be there at headquarters in Netherlands and work there for the external portfolios. I can be at the headquarters. But from Jan to June, I'll be there at WHO, but I will be getting a leave for any of the IPSF work and for any of the external events which I want to attend. And again, I'll be completing my internship at June, and probably before Jan and after June, I can stay at the headquarters and work for IPSF. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, ATEP Tunisia, followed by BPSA UK. UK.
Miriam,
BPSA, can you please raise your hand so the scrutineer can bring it to you? Thank you. ATEP, you may speak.
Miriam, ATEP Tunisia. As chairperson of external relations, you will be looking for sponsorship, contacting different companies and pharmaceutical companies, I suppose. So how do you plan to create more values for these companies, to attract them and to ensure that they will keep supporting the federation?
Ratna first and then Philippa.
Well, approaching for sponsorship to industries, it's like, first, we need to create a customized proposals. And second would be we should give more value to the sponsors. Coming up to more value means a good proposal, analyzing their requirement, and preparing a customized proposal to them. Other than that, I have been involved in IPSF and IPSF for 4.5 years. So I have raised good amount of funds there and have good contacts in pharma industry. So I could also leverage that connections and get them to IPSF and try to get some sponsorship. Thank you.
Philippa?
In terms of sponsorship, I think that next year we shouldn't devote as much time looking for external contacts, and maybe we should spend more time working with the currently external contacts that we have, because we don't need a big list of contacts if we are not getting anything from them. So I've already initiated conversations with Novo Nordisk regarding their graduate programs, and I'm thinking of rearranging the proposal for some sponsorships, and they were really receptive. So that's one of my ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, floor goes to BPSA UK and then followed by EPSA.
Okay, sure, BPSA UK. Question already answered, thanks. Question already answered.
Thank you. Then we will move with the question from EPSA.
Lucas Besson, Vice President of External Affairs of EPSA. My question would be, what will be the institutions and professional association you want to approach other than FIP and WHO during your mandate? Thank you.
Ratna first and then Philippa.
Besides FIP and WHO, as after going through the annual report of Chairperson of External Relations, so he's in contact with IFPMA. So I could actually leverage on that connection, try to get in touch with them, come out with an MOU. Well, I can, and basically in IFPMA, there are a lot of pharmaceutical manufacturers across the world involved in that organization. So having a MOU with IFPMA, we can actually take their help and suggestions and try to approach pharma industries and try to get sponsorships to IPSF.
Philippa?
Besides FIP and WHO, there are biggest partners. There are a lot of other associations that we can work with, and next year I'll be approaching the IFPMA for manufacturers, the Manufacturers Association, and also the Drug Information Association, because I believe IPSF can work with them, and we have a lot to projects and also not only sponsorship but also internships that we can gain from them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anna, you're on the list. Before proceeding further, again, can I ask you for your informal feedback whether you feel that you can move to the closed discussion and then the voting? In this case, can I have a proposal for closing the discussion? QMPSV, the Netherlands, seconded by APHASP. All those against closing the discussion, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The discussion has been closed. We will now ask the candidates to leave the room in order to allow for the closed discussion. Can we please have the live streaming off? Also, using your phones and laptops is not allowed during this discussion. Thank you, guys.
2 minutes are up. Non-official delegates, please return to your seats now.
Before coffee break, I have a long list of announcements again. I'll give you that floor.
Portuguese delegation, please.
Let me handle that and tell them to send me the slides because. Okay, we're moving to the seats. Everyone, even Eric So, will now move to his seat. Thank you. Oh my. I've been just attacked. Okay. Okay, slides are coming. For this particular voting, we will be using the secret ballot number 32. The available options for voting is Filipa, Ratna, or Reopen. All of them are displayed on the screen. Again, make sure to rewrite correctly for your vote to be valid. Once you have decided, please raise the secret ballot up high so the scrutineers can collect all of them. Someone to fix it. Yeah, we did. Yeah, to that part of the stage. Okay, have you all delivered your votes? If you did not, red card, please. Okay, we're waiting for Kenya. Can I have a scrutineer go to Kenya to pick up the votes? One of the scrutineers, can I have one of the scrutineers go to Kenya? I mean, to the table. I mean, I wouldn't mind going myself to Kenya, but now we're talking about tables. Anyone else has forgotten to give us your votes? Okay. So we have the one from Kenya, and we're ready to clarify the outcome. So meanwhile, we will already invite the candidates to come to the room in order to save some time. The closed discussion is no longer applicable, so they may be brought back. We can also put the live streaming on. Thank you. can come to the front. We're still counting the votes, so a little bit more of stress, but hopefully we'll clarify the outcome soon. So just for your information, we are checking on the procedure that should be implemented in the current situation. So you may understand that the outcome has not been clarified yet. We're checking on the subsequent steps.
Easier here.
Parliamentarian will explain the procedure.
So, sorry for that little delay there. We needed to refresh our memory on certain procedures. But we are actually going to part of the official documents and the standing orders regarding election voting procedures when there are two candidates for a particular office and neither of them have received a majority of votes, which means 50% plus one. So in this instance, what the GA can do is a revote may be requested by a full member association, and that means a new open discussion will be held and then another secret ballot. And then, if in that case, after that process is done, nobody receives a majority, then neither candidate is eligible for the office, and it's reopened and the office remains vacant. Yes.
NAPSA Australia Technical, can we please have a microphone for them?
Hello, there we go. Michael, NAPSA Australia. Just wondering if we get deliberation time or like inter-branch deliberation.
Well, that would be part of an open discussion if a full member association requests it.
Thank you.
Would you like to request this? Would you like to request this?
I would like to yeah. Somebody take this away from me.
KMPSV has a technical again.
Yes. Otherwise, the position remains vacant. Correct. And also as a point of information, if we do decide to reopen, then that means that all of the candidates from first round are disqualified for the potential for this position. So it means that both Philippa and Ratna
No running.
Ratna would not be eligible for these positions.
BPHD and CAPSI Canada Technical.
Chris, BPHD, just to clarify, isn't it allowed to include the first round candidates when we put in a motion for it? I mean for second round?
The GA is welcome to suggest a motion to do so, keeping in mind all of the consequences of doing so.
Would it?
Yes.
Slovakia and then CAPSI Canada.
Nina, SPSS Slovakia. I just want to ask if we can see how many votes did they get. Is it possible?
Yes. Yes. But I need to tell her.
BPHD Germany.
Chris, BPHD Germany, I want to propose the motion to re-vote on the candidates.
We'll get back to this before we take the technical from CAPSI Canada. I'm sorry, they should have been first.
Cassandra, CAPSI Canada. Just a question, if in second round no one is elected or no one runs for it in second round, is it then possible for these candidates to run after that scenario? Thanks.
No.
The reason that you may be confused, or others may be confused as well, is that in the past, this is what is officially written, is that they may not be considered. However, motions have been made by the GA to reopen it so that the first round candidates would also be able to be evaluated and appointed. But that would have to have another motion by the GA allowing us to override standing orders to do that.
Okay. In this case, we're going back to the proposal from PPHD Germany to redo the voting. Is there any seconder? GPSA Ghana has seconded earlier. All those against this motion to redo the voting, please raise your voting cards up high. 2. You need to help with counting. Ricardo, I need to finish this and then you can have your technical. Any abstentions? So 2 against, any abstentions? None. All those in favor of this motion to revote, please raise your voting cards up high. Okay. We'll check. So let's count it. Okay, we will redo the voting because we see one delegation that has not risen their cards at all. So again, please pay attention. There are 3 options. Again, just as for every single motion, you either are against, you abstain, or you are in favor. So again, are there any delegations who are against revoting? Please raise your voting cards up high. And now I see 3. Any abstentions? All those in favor of revoting? How many did you get? 36. Okay, so in this case, it's 37 in favor, no abstentions, 3 votes against. We will redo the voting. That means we will now invite the candidates again to the stage. We will reopen the discussion and then follow the regular procedure. Then in the end, we will move to the voting, just as in the first round of voting. Are there any technical comments or clarifications that are needed before we proceed? IFF well, at the back. Hands up high. Thank you. And NOPSA Australia.
I'm sorry, I was checking out the official documents, and I have a question for the parliamentarian. Because does the spoiled vote count to the vote cast? Because I don't know if that counts. Because it's a spoiled vote. Technically, it don't count.
I can look into this because I don't believe, off memory, obviously, James or Luca can check. It's not defined, I believe, if spoiled votes count, but it is defined whether or not abstentions count. So that's the thing that I have to clarify. But regardless, we would need 50% plus one, which is not obtained with this, because you still need 21 for 50% plus one full vote majority.
Yes, but the vote cast are relatively to the options that you send. So the options are Philippa, Ratna, and reopen.
Correct.
And then the spoiled was not an option, so you cannot count. So,
So 30
you have 20, then 16, then 3 votes.
Mhm.
You have 20.
In this case, the entire head count is 39. 50% of that is 19.5 plus 1 equals to 20.5, which is still 21, which is required to be clarified. For the outcome to be clarified.
Thank you.
Okay. Napsa, do you still want your clarification? Please.
Oh, there's...
For them? Okay. So we'll move on later with that. Is there also for the GA, for the reference, to clarify the question in regards to the head count?
So in regards to the spoiled votes counting or not in the count, the official documents say 50% plus one of the vote cast, excluding the abstentions specifically. So even though it's spoiled, it's still vote cast. Yes, I was informed.
Okay. So it seems that this is clear. Are there any other clarifications? CAPSI Canada.
Hi, Cassandra Caps Canada. Sorry, now I'm just want to make sure that I've got this 100% down. If you do choose to abstain from a vote, would that just be the reopen selection?
Okay. If all is clear, we are now moving on with the procedure as defined by the official documents. And we will invite both of the candidates to the stage and open the floor for a discussion. You may want to ask further questions. I will now open the floor for a discussion. I see GPSA Ghana, followed by BPSA UK, and then IPSF Egypt, and then NAPSA Australia. Please let me take it down.
GPSA Ghana, I'm Deborah. I'd like to know, they should give one action taken by the current committee or chairperson, which when given the chance, they would have done it differently, and how they would have done that. One action taken by the current chairperson and committee, if when given the chance, they would do differently. Give one action or decision taken by the current committee and chairperson, which when given the chance, if you were in that position, you would have done differently.
You get it? Philippa and then Ratna.
So one thing that I will try to improve for the next year is very related to the Corporate Relations Committee. And I believe that when we are selecting a chairperson of external relations, we are blocking a lot of ideas So one thing that I really want to do is, for example, to create a platform where all of you can put your input and give your ideas, because I believe that everyone that's standing in this room has already had an idea for a potential partnership, or you have an idea for a fund. So that's one thing that I want to do. Another thing is I'm dividing the CRC in fundraising and in partnerships and in internships. And I will try to make all members a lot more active. Also, I feel that a lot of information, sorry, can I just finish very quickly?
I need to cut it because there's the GPSA Ghana that I believe, yeah. So please repeat your question again.
What I'm saying is, if you were Yakub, what did he do as chairperson? What did he do that if you were in his shoes, you would have done differently? I'm not saying what did he do that you want to improve on. What did he do? What decision did he take? And what decision did he take in terms of like the committee as chairperson of external relations? That if it had been you, you would have done it differently. That is what I'm asking. I'm not saying what did he do that you want to improve on. What did he do that you thought it wasn't a right decision and want to change?
If you were Jakob, what would you have in the past in terms of decisions or activities?
One example. I'm sorry because the sound is really bad like that. So actually was what I was responding. I did understand the question. And as you know, the chairperson of external relations is in charge of managing the CRC. So one thing that I would do differently is to try to maintain all members active. Okay. I know that Jakob had a lot of ideas for his position, but when I assume this position, I have to be aware that a lot of things will not get done because of bureaucracy and other stuff that gets in the way. So right now, I have a lot of plans, but I also know that maybe at the end of my mandate, I probably won't have done all of them. No.
Thank you. Ratna?
Okay, if I would be the chairperson, I would be sitting here. One of the major tasks would be, which I would complete, is raising funds for the organization, because that is one of the most important thing in IPSF, raising funds. So I would complete this task successfully.
Thank you. Now, floor goes to IPSA UK, followed by IPSF Egypt. And then I also have NAPSA Australia, HUPSA Hungary, IPASF India, and CAPSI Canada on the list. If you're not on the list and you want to speak, please raise your hand.
Hello, Jana, BPSA UK. Could you just tell us in no more than 30 seconds, what is your experience working with external relations?
Did you get it?
Past experience, right?
What is your experience with working with external relations?
Ratna first.
While working in external relations, I explored a lot of contacts. I've been to CPHI, and I also worked on the proposals which were made for IPSF for approaching sponsorship. And the sponsorships were like, we need to create a customized proposals for getting sponsorship. And working under Yakub was a really great experience, and I could actually understand what is the portfolio of external relations.
Thank you. Filipa?
I've been working in the externals department of Portuguese Political Association for the past 2 years. And also last year, as you know already, I was a member of the CRC. And I think that's one of the things that made me so eager to run for this position. Thank you.
Thank you. IPSF Egypt, followed by NAPSA Australia.
Yasmin, IPSF Egypt. So the external public relations chairperson is also responsible for the external image of IPSF. So I would like to ask the nominees to tell me if they have a plan for branding IPSF. the branding plan for IPSF?
A point of clarification, that's the chairperson of media and publications who's responsible for the IPSF branding, not this position.
I have one more question. So in terms of...
We will add you to the list in this case. I'm sorry. We're moving on to NAPSA Australia. We need to follow the order. NAPSA Australia, followed by HUPSA Hungary, then IPASF India, GPSA Ghana, and IPSF Egypt.
Cassie from NAP. So I was just wondering, it's in the duties of the role, and one of the things we haven't addressed is the plans to promote IPSF in non-member nations. I was wondering if you have any ideas on how we can achieve this.
Okay. A point of clarification, that part of the portfolio was moved under the chairperson of internal relations a year ago. I'm sorry. Moving on, floor goes to HUPSA Hungary, followed by IPASF India.
Daniel, HUPSA Hungary. Could you also really quickly, like 30 seconds, I like that one, tell us how would you see, or how do you see the, let's say, external relations of IPSF in 1 year from now in India? How do you imagine that in 1 year you will give on the position to the next candidate?
Filipa first and then Ratna.
In 1 year from now, I want that the External Relations Department of IPSF will be able to provide for the association financially. That I know that currently that's something that we can't. So my priority will be fundraising and sponsorships. And I know that to get these sponsorships and this fundraising, we have to approach the correct companies. And it's not that easy when you are trying to get sponsorships with an association because you don't really have a product to sell. So, but we've managed, we've approached some companies and we are having some good feedback. And I'm confident that the next year we'll be able to provide with financials. Thank you.
Ratna?
Well, from today to 1 year, IPSF, the chairperson for external relation, would be at a higher stage because all the groundwork has been done by the present external relation chairperson. In terms of sponsorship, the brochure is ready, only minor changes has to be done, so we will surely achieve sponsorship. Coming up to internships, we will get new internships from various organizations. For example, I said that I'll be interning at WHO. Other than that, and also find few like a sponsorship for the public health, a mini sponsorship for public health campaigns, and also for essay writing competition. So it will be like ahead what it is this year. It will be at a better position next year. I can assure you that.
IPASF India, followed by GPSA Ghana. Ghana, hands. IPASF India, followed by GPSA Ghana. I need your hands up high so they can bring you the microphone. Thank you. Oh, it was actually... That's at the back, actually. The girl at the back from IPASF India was to be given the floor this time.
Good evening, everyone. IPASF. I would like to know what kind of fundraising experience do you have in your local or national organization?
Well, I was the secretary and president in Indian Pharmaceutical Association. I was at that point of time when I was the president, I was closely working with the treasurer for fundraising. I personally approached many sponsors like GlaxoSmith, Abbott, etc. in my national organization. Under my presidentship, I organized 2 national congresses where we had 3,500 students plus in one congress. At that point of time, I raised about 10 to 12,000 US dollars for funds from sponsors, especially from industries.
Philippa?
Thank you for your question. Actually, I have several experience on how to do a lot with very little, because I've been working, as I told you, in this political organization, and only in the last year we managed to get 400 euros from University of Porto. So before that, I had to organize several events with zero budget. And it was hard, but it was manageable and it was possible. So yes, I think I know how to raise money for an organization. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. GPSA Ghana, followed by IPSF Egypt.
Deborah, GPSA Ghana. Supposing I'm a sponsor, take me as a potential sponsor, and you come to me. You said you're not seeking sponsorship for a product, so it's difficult. What would you tell me to convince me in 60 seconds, simple and concise? What would you tell me that would make me give you the sponsorship? Since after all, it's not a product that I'm going to help you sell or get benefits from. So what would you tell me that would let me give you that sponsorship in 60 seconds?
This is a question that was asked during the first round. So I'd like to have the emotions of the GA, whether we should allow it. Allow green, not allow red. Lots of red. That's why we're not allowing this question this time, sorry. Moving on, EPSF, Egypt.
Radek, excuse me, there are two different questions. The first question he asked was present IPSF to, they should present IPSF. And my question is, I'm a potential sponsor. You are coming to me for sponsorship. What would you tell me
The
to
GA has
convince
spoken.
me?
The GA has spoken. I asked everyone to show their emotions. I have received lots of cards. You've all been listening. So we're going to EPSF Egypt now, and we're moving to TAS at the back. TAS, can you raise your hand so they can give you the microphone? Thank you. Okay, EPSF has withdrawn their comment. That means TAS will be first to speak, and then Angela will also provide some overview.
Seeing that IPSF's goals are long-term, how do you think your current and future work in the next year reflects the sustainability, and how do you ensure that your actions are sustainable for IPSF?
Philippa will speak first, and then Ratna. Technical from Germany, which I will allow first in this case.
Chris, BPhD Germany. Actually, we had the same question, or nearly the same question in the first round. We're starting spinning in circles, repeating questions all the time. Could we please ask for emotion cards?
If you agree with Germany, green, then that means I will not allow this question to be answered. I see lots of green. That means we're moving down the list to Angela, followed by Parant. Am I correct? Okay, Angela.
Thank you. In general, this was also one of my points. I see that questions are repeated and not many new things come here back to the table. Regardless, I see a few points in this discussion. First of all, I think it's a question of your opinion, and that's why we vote. That means that every delegation should make up their mind which are the values that you want to see in the candidates and which are your priorities, because I think we have here two very different candidates, and I think this is also why we have a very different opinion. And I believe it's about priorities in this case. Then I also want to give a broader overview what it means to be on the executive committee of IPSF, because being an executive after 2 years of experience, I can say it's on the one hand side working in your portfolio, but it's not limited to that. It's also, especially the chairperson of external relations is a position which is connected to many other executive committee positions, including, for example, the regional offices, where the regional relations officers are also co-opted to the regional officers are partly also part of your team. And then we have the policy committee, which is important for external partners, media and publications, because without media and publications you cannot present anything. So it's also important to consider things as teamwork or overall performance in the executive committee and not only related to your portfolio. One more example would be, for example, internship opportunities, which might come from potential partners and would be a collaboration with pharmacy education. To summarize, I think you should evaluate your values, set the priorities, and then also think about this overall performance. Thank you.
Since Parant has withdrawn her comment, are there any other questions or comments that you would like to request from the candidates? Before closing the discussion, can I just have your formal feedback, whether you are ready to revote? Otherwise, we will encourage, again, some more comments. In this case, the discussion will be now closed, and we will again ask the candidates to leave the room. Enjoy a little sun outside when we are getting boiled. Right. Well, now we're moving with the voting. I'll clarify with Angela which secret ballot we can use this time. We will be using secret ballot 19. You can find it before the slides are displayed. Is there anything happening? Okay, coming. So again, secret ballot number 19, 3 options, Philippa, Ratna, or reopen. Scrutineers, you can start collecting. Okay, those who still have the secret ballots, red cards, so we can see them a little bit better. Okay, anyone that still has them? I take it as a no, so the scrutineers please come to the stage so we can count the votes. We will also now invite the candidates to come back to the room so we can save some spare minute. Can we ask them to come to the room at the back? Yeah, we can open the door. We're just waiting for the outcome to be clarified. Clarifying the outcome, but you may come closer. The outcome has been clarified this time. I have the pleasure to announce that Ms. Filipa Oliveira has been elected to serve as the IPSF Chairperson of External Relations 2014-2015. Also, this has been a little tough for our candidates, so to the both of you, apologies for having this little awkward moments, for inviting you in and out and in and out. Good job. We wish you all the best wherever you go, whatever you do. GA, please cheer them up a little bit. Here is what's going to be happening. We are suggesting the coffee break. Am I correct? So we will suggest a coffee break, perform suspension of the standing orders, also roll call, and meanwhile, I will display the outcome on the screen. After that, Lawrence will have some announcements, then we will move to the coffee break. Okay? Cool. Can I then have a proposal for suspending the standing orders? Someone that has not proposed yet. VPSA UK, seconded by SPSA Slovak. No, NAPSA Serbia. NAPSA Serbia. Ah, I got it. All those against suspending the standing orders, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The standing orders have been suspended. We will now perform the roll call. Floor goes to Angela.
Please keep in mind to give back your voting cards and also the envelopes. We start with ASEP Algeria, NAPS Australia, AFEP Austria, CAPSI Canada, CPSA Croatia, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, JPSA Jordan delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, ANEP France, BPHD Germany, GPSA Ghana, SAB South Africa delegated to GPSA Ghana, HUPSA Hungary, IPASF India, IPHSA Iran, APS Japan, KEFSA Kenya, ZPSA Zimbabwe delegated to KEFSA Kenya, MIPSA Malaysia, KNP Sweden Netherlands, YP Poland, APEF Portugal, QFIS Qatar, KNEPS Republic of Korea, FASFA Romania, NAPSA Serbia, SPSA Slovakia, SFD Slovenia, FEEF Spain, FPSA Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASAP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA United Kingdom, APHA ASP USA, and FERC of Costa Rica delegated to APHA ASP USA. Thank you everyone, and also for the long run of our scrutineer. We're moving on to the coffee break.
So I would suggest to aim at being back at 5:15, which is a little less than 20 minutes, which basically means please go to the coffee break area, grab your coffee, grab a cookie, and come back to your table. Before moving on, everyone, please still pay attention. There is a bunch of announcements from Mr. Treasurer. Let's welcome Lawrence to the stage so he can make his announcements. Yes.
I'm already at the stage. I'm fine over here. So we have not been starting at the right time so far with the GA, so we're now going to do it very strict. So in the afternoon we start at 2:30. In the morning we start at 8:45. This counts for both exec and for ODs. So for now I have a very long list of people who are late, including some execs, even including myself. So some of the things I haven't written down, but I've been told that Algeria was late, Qatar was late, then came Fahmy, where is he now? Fahmy was late, Morocco, both were late, Australia, Izzy was late, Egypt was late, again, yes, Miranda was late, Thailand was late, Iraq was late, then I came in, one person from Denmark was late, one person from Brazil was late but left already. Then Luca came in, was late. Two people from Indonesia sitting over there. One person from Czech Republic was late. South Korea, one person was late. One person from Iran was late. And I've been told that a Japanese guy was sleeping. That's it. That's €1.
Remember, €1 for an official delegate, €2 for an exec. We are doing amazingly well to afford more grants for our colleagues who can't afford it. Thank you everyone for these generous contributions. And now run for coffee. Okay, please everyone take back your seats.
Let me try your sound. If your sound is better when you connect than mine.
I'm running for position of IPSF Chairperson of Internal Relations 2000.
Okay, everyone please take back your seats. We'll be proceeding now with the next General Assembly session. Can I please have Angela perform the roll call to start off?
Scrutineers? Hello? There it is. We start with ASEP Algeria, NEPS Australia, FIB Austria, CAPSI Canada, CPSA Croatia, ZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, IPSF Egypt, JETPSA Jordan delegated to IPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, ANEP France, BPHD Germany, GPSA Ghana, SAP South Africa, delegated to GPSA Ghana, HUPSA Hungary, IPASF India, IPHSA Iran, APS Japan, KEFSA Kenya, ZPSA Zimbabwe, delegated to KEFSA Kenya, MIPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, YP Poland, APEF Portugal, QFIS Qatar, not present. CNAPS Republic of Korea, PAS for Romania, NAPSA Serbia, NUPSA Singapore, not present. SPSA Slovakia, SHSF for Slovenia, FEF Spain, FPSA Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA United Kingdom, APHA ASP USA, and FERCOF Costa Rica delegated to APHA ASP USA. 39 full members present and voting.
Can I have a proposal to resume the standing orders? Okay, NAPSA Australia, seconded by HOPSA Hungary. All those against resuming the standing orders, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The standing orders have been resumed, and we will now move on with the agenda. We'll now perform the election of the chairperson of internal relations. For the 2014-2015 mandate, we have received 2 nomination forms from Mr. Samin Hook from Bangladesh and from Mr. Amr Bedier from Egypt. I will now display Samin's application form, 30 seconds per screen. Okay, it's on the screen. Sami, please come to the stage. And you are given 3 minutes for your oral presentation.
Hi to everyone present in the GA. I, Samin Haq, applying for the chairperson of Internal Relations 2014-2015, have been involved in IPSF for the past 3 years in different facilities, like as CP for both Bangladesh, in Policy Committee 2013-2014, Motions Committee for the 59th IPSF General Assembly, and Constitutional Working Party. I have been involved in my association as the Secretary General. In addition to fulfilling my duties and responsibilities, which were already shown in the nomination form, I have also bolstered the relation with the member organizations present in Bangladesh who are involved in IPSF. Currently, what I believe IPSF has been missing is a smooth way of two-way communication between the Federation and the member organizations, as few of officials get involved to work with IPSF rather than the people who are actually involved with the portfolio of IPSF. For example, public health, professional development, pharmacy education. My plans and ideas is actually to bolster the activities that had been done over the years in this portfolio. I will keep the CP monthly digest updated regularly in communication with the member organizations as well as the portfolio officers in relation with the chairperson of other departments. Then I will keep in regular touch with the member organizations in order to know the views and expectations from the portfolio and also implement strategies to achieve those. I will also keep contact with the chairperson of external relations to investigate the possibilities of involving our partners such as FIP, WHO, IFMSA in order to exploring more membership into the organization. Since it's a two-way communication, I want to believe the IPSF should involve its members more into the activities of advocacy so that more members can attend the IPSF events. I will also involve the HLMs, IMs, and FOF, which are the stakeholders of this portfolio, in order to achieve what is the best for the Federation to involve its members. I will hold 4 CP meetings during my mandate, along with announcing top 3 CPs for each month, which will give us a clean and transparent manner for announcing the IPSF CP awards. I believe the chairperson of internal relations is the central figure that connects with the Federation as well as the member organization. And with my ability, competence, and confidence and experience, I believe that I can fulfill the roles and expectations that demands from portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now display the application form of Amr. The form is being displayed. Amr has delivered a video as his oral presentation, which I will now display.
Chairperson of Internal Relations 2014-2015. Firstly, I'm going to talk about my experience within the Federation. I have attended to World Congress and also the LIT International Program last year in Netherlands. I have worked as a membership coordinator, which experienced me how to deal with non-members and also defining the Federation clearly to them and proceeding the membership process for who were interested. Also, I was a part of the membership committee, membership promotion committee, MPC. So I learned how to promote IPSF for non-members and also the member organizations, and also dealing with the regional relations officers regarding approaching of new associations in different regions. As a whole, being involved in the IPSF Internal Relations Committee last year, getting me a great chance to know more about the portfolio of the position and also knowing the weakness points which needed to be addressed in the new year. Briefly, I'm going to talk about my plan. First thing is to make a continuous communication, improving the continuous communication between IPSF within the IPSF team, between the CPs and the executive committee on one side, and also CPs with each others on the other side. Second thing, improve the contact person spirits towards making a productive and committed work. Third thing is to make an effective promotion for IPSF to reach all former students and recent graduates all over the world. My main ideas for the new year, I'm going to talk about them in brief and then in details in the discussion. Main ideas is establishing the point system in cooperation with the executive committee, also making the profile analysis for IPSF to determine problems and obstacles which are facing associations. Third thing is about improving the IPSF handbook and reviewing the updates which made last year. Another thing is making a new program for recently joined associations regarding to improve their work, to grow up rapidly. Lastly, it was my framework about my plan, but remains the most important part is our teamwork in order to achieve success together for IPSF. Thank you.
We will now open the floor for a discussion. Angela will be assisting us with transmitting our questions to Amr, and we also have Samin in the room. So I would like to open the floor for a discussion. Are there any questions or comments? And I see first Romania, followed by India, Australia, Algeria, SPSA Slovakia, Colombia, Ghana. Okay. Can I please have a... Oh, there's a technical from India. Can I please have a microphone to India? Hands up high if you want the microphone to be given to you.
Did we pass a motion for change of scrutinizers?
These scrutinies are already on the list of scrutinies, so this is not needed.
Thank you.
So, floor goes to first Romania and is followed by IPSF India. Or that was just the technical, right? Okay. So, NAPSA Australia.
Hi, my name is Elena from Fast for Romania. My question for you is, how would you like to improve the communication with CPs? Should I repeat?
Please.
How do you like to improve the communication with CPs?
Thank you for your very wonderful question. I would like to improve the communication between the CPs through different ways. First of all, sending the emails to the CPs. Second of all, if emails doesn't work, then go to the Skype calls and Facebook and other social media. And if that works, I will even go to phone calls, which I have a budget during my mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Amr.
Okay, thanks for your question. I'm going to make improving communication within the CPs by making establishing the point system to evaluate and rating CPs regularly, and then I will make four meetings per the year. I'm following up with CPs regularly about the updates, and also making a program for recently joined associations about to grow up rapidly. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, NAPSA Australia, followed by ASEP Algeria, and then later SPSA Slovakia.
Hi, Izzy, NAPSA Australia. I just have a question for both of you. Both mentioned of ideas as to how CPs can sort of, not necessarily, but ways to implement strategies to sort of motivate CPs. Emma, you mentioned the point system. You mentioned the top 3 CPs sort of every month. Just how would you both implement those strategies?
Can I just have a minute for a consultation? So we'll repeat the question to the other candidate.
Okay. I'm going to establish a point system in cooperation with the executive committee and IPSF team. We are going to make in allocating points per each event or project according to each committee. That will be evaluate. That will be motivate CPs and also the national associations as a whole for making a commitment work in a side of quality and quantity for events. Thank you.
Samin?
Thank you for his question. Basically, about improving the CP's activity for implementation of the project, I would tell about announcing the top 3 CPs for each month. In the submitting of the report, like I have an Excel file where I will be mentioning all the associations and number of reports they have submitted. These are first criteria. Second, those who have not submitted in the month, the bottom 3, I will request them to submit more and show them the opportunities to actually submit reports in a more easier way, because like we actually want to have very good campaigns, very good implementation of projects, but what we have is the opportunity to participate all of the association together. So we will actually work with the association to guide on the proper opportunities, the proper ways actually to actually implement in the report system and actually improve their activity towards the association. Thank you.
SPSA Slovakia, followed by CQF Colombia.
My question was just
Colombia?
covered, so...
Okay, Colombia. Colombia. Followed by GPSA Ghana. Ghana. Please everyone pay attention when I call the name of your organization. Raise your hands up high so the scrutineers can see you. Colombia first, then Ghana.
Didier from ACQF Colombia. I know that you answered a question similar, but now exists a new association in South America. I mean, for example, Venezuela. But I want to know how are you planning to include this association, because we think that will be a good idea if this chairperson can travel for example, to the next PARS, because in the next PARS we will have so many some new association. So how you my question is, how are you planning to include the association specific South America?
Is your question how they specifically want to engage with non-member countries in South America? Otherwise, please clarify.
Do you want to know how many news associations? Okay, it's a new. I mean, one association in Venezuela, because I read the report of the last report, and Venezuela have a new association now, but it's not part of IPSF.
And what is your then specific question?
It's not a specific question?
So what we hear on this stage, and please help if that's not correct, is how specifically they want to engage with non-member countries on the example, with the example of South America and specifically Venezuela. However, the issue is broader. For me, the question is broader than just Venezuela. Eric, you? Okay. Is that correct? Okay.
Thank you for your question. Especially with the non-member countries, one of my options is to exploring our networks of the past executives who were involved in the portfolio of membership promotion and others, and past coordinators and past subcommittee members. So in order that I also know some of them personally, and I also explore their connections so that the non-members who are not actually involved in IPSF can be included. However, I also want to work with the chairperson of external relations, since there is a network of FIP, Farmers Association of the country. There is a WHO network, IFMS network, which I want to utilize. I want to explore the option where we can actually bring more new members to IPSF in the days to come. Thank you.
Amr?
Hi. Thanks for your question. I'm going to improve approaching of new associations to IPSF by working through the MPC, Membership Promotion Committee, to complete updating the IPSF handbook, and also making a new list for non-members and IMs who don't have national association in their countries, and contact them to establish a new association. Improve a new document for frequently asked questions, which would help us to provide it for people who are interested in joining. I'm making regular meetings with regional relations officers and also the CPs regarding the region. Thank you.
GPSA Ghana, followed by IPASF India.
Tijan, GPSA Ghana. What is your main motivation for going in for the post?
Did you get it? Yeah, I get it. Can you repeat the question?
Okay, thank you for your question. My motivation for applying is my last year experience and being involved in IPSF for 3 years. Last year experience as working in the membership coordinator and also having special experience as that was the first time to have membership coordinator last year. Also, I'm getting motivation to involve many new associations to IPSF to spread IPSF through all over the world, pharmacy students all over the world, and also recent graduate. Thank you.
Samin?
Thank you, Ghana, for this question. Actually, this takes back me to back in November 2011, when actually I started working with IPSF for making my association as the MIA, which I successfully did on the GA of 2012 in Egypt. I actually want to involve myself in more communication-related international community. This is one of my first motivation, and I also want to improve the student advocacy in terms of for policy making and development of the profession throughout the world. That is my personal motivation to improve the communication between the Federation and its members and to apply for this position. Thank you.
Thank you both. Before proceeding, I'd like to ask you to express your feedback on how you're doing with making your decisions. Has this until now been sufficient? You want to continue with the discussion? As always, green and red cards, please. Everyone promptly, please, just express your feedback. Okay, I still see quite some reds, so we will move on with IPASF India, followed by IFF Well Portugal, and then Eric.
Ratna, IPSF India. Past year, I've seen some RROs being inactive. So what would be your motivation to make them active?
So Samin first, and we will communicate the question to Amr.
Thank you, Ratna, for this question. While working as a CP for the past year, I also found this, the RROs in many regions not quite that active. One of my plans to implement the RROs into activity is to actually have 2 more CP meetings in their region, each RROs, and also motivating them to attend the member association event in their region. Furthermore, I will also work with the RROs to reactivate the inactive members, which I plan to do by implementing different ways and motivation, which I talked about, like the ways in the participation can be ensured in the region. So the RROs will be the wing of the internal relations in terms of communication in the region. As I want to reach directly to the world, to the regions as well, but I would require the support of RRO, and I would require the guidance of RRO to complete it. Thank you.
Amr?
Yes.
Can you answer this question as communicated through chat window?
Okay, thank you for your question. I'm planning to motivate the regional relations officers to be active by 2 ways. First way, separately by making meetings with them, regularly with them, and providing them with needed trainings and involve them in decision making. Also, second part, via the membership promotion committee, is to involve them and make them and giving them training about introduction of IPSF and updating. I'm following up with them the updates regularly. Thank you.
IFFUL, followed by Eric in the back, and then Capsi Canada at the front. Okay, IFFUL had withdrawn their comment just now. Eric, followed by Capsi Canada. Capsi, please pay attention. Hands up high. Thank you.
Hi, my question, Eric, Capsi Canada. Hello, my question comes from the live stream. I have the former chairperson of Internal Relations from Serbia, Vladimir Obradovic, who's asking the candidates whether they will, how many times will they update the CP handbook, and how often do they plan to hold online CP meetings? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eric. According to a number of CPs who would attend the meeting, it would be according to the availability of them and technical availability. Can you repeat the first part of the question, please? Monthly, I'm going to update it. Monthly. Okay.
Saman?
Thank you for the wonderful question again. As I believe that the CP handbook is actually a step-by-step guideline for the new CPs to actually get involved with the activities of IPSF and to know what is IPSF is. So there are two at a time. Most of the CPs take the handover, as I learned during my mandate in CPs. One is after like October, November, and one is like in the March and April. So I will be planning to update the CP handbook twice in my mandate, and to have the online meetings, I will definitely try to have 3. If time permits me, I will increase another 1. And before the World Congress, we will have the CP meeting as well. Thank you.
Capsi Canada, followed by BBSA UK, and then no one else unless you indicate your interest. Okay, you do. SOP Denmark added to the list is PSA and GPSA Ghana.
Hello, Cassandra, Capsi Canada. Both candidates have discussed extensive communication with CPs, not only through meetings, but Facebook, phone, and a multitude of other options. I would just like to know what skills each of you possess, which will allow you to manage your time efficiently to have all of these communications and still feel like you're being productive and not always contacting every CP. Thanks.
Samin first and then Amr.
Thank you, Capsi Canada. The qualities I have, like it's a habit. Whatever work I do, I regularly never forget to check the mails, check the social media sites and all others. This is why I always get time. Like in this semester, I have like 16 credits course. In the respect to other semester, when I had 20-25 credits with my research included, I never forget to do so. Because like checking the mails always keep me updated and always give me the chance to communicate with my stakeholders. So during my mandate, after each day, I will actually work on the mails to get everything updated and everything in communication with all in the social media network. In each day, I will get time to at least 1 to 2 hours, maybe. And if possible, it's 3 to 4 hours I will be extending in the holidays. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the time management, firstly, I have been working in IPSF and IPSF and having situations regarding how to manage between working or studying with working IPSF. Second thing, that I'm going to work at least 3 hours daily. Third thing, that I have my private work, so I can handle between and manage between working in IPSF and my personal work. Thank you.
BPSA UK, followed by SOP Denmark.
Acacia BPSA UK. What kind of support would you offer to CPs who are struggling with their duties?
Okay, we'll just write the question for Amr, so it's easier for him to reply exactly to what's asked. So Amr will reply first, and then Salman.
Okay, support. Yes, thank you for your question. As I have attended the LIT International Program last year, I have experience with trainings, so I can make trainings for CPs who are struggling with their duties, and also I will make IPSF profile analysis to know all the obstacles and problems facing the CPs with their work. Thank you.
Salman?
Thank you, BPSA, for the question. Actually, the CPs, those are struggling during my mandate, I will actually offer at first to know what are the avenues they are struggling. Because if you can't know exactly what is the reason behind the struggle, you cannot actually judge on what are the guidance you're going to provide. So at first, assess it. I will spend 1 week assessing the CP's reason of struggle and motivation behind it, and actually offer guidance. For example, if a CP is actually struggling to manage his time, I will actually offer him a better time schedule, at least to invest at 1 hour or 45 minutes each day on his mandate, even is all the busy, because like in our day, we spend like many times procrastinating, just want to finish it. But we can spend like 45 minutes each day for work. So that will be my first medicine, and other than that, I will also talk with it to provide better guidance. Thank you.
SOP Denmark, followed by CZPSA, and then GPSA Ghana.
Metis of Denmark, I have a practical question. Due to the many CP meetings and the online contact, can you guarantee a good internet connection? Because that's often a problem you face when you have the online CP meetings, that somebody has technical problems and falls out. So you, as the internal relations chairperson, should have the best one, I think. Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah.
Salman?
Thank you, Denmark, for the question. Currently, my internet connection is fluctuating because like we have like the wireless network, wireless modem, but I am planning to changing after electing on the mandate. I am planning to have a full-time broadband connection within me, which will offer me to communicate with the CPs during the online meeting properly and without any disruption. Thank you.
Amr?
Thank you for your question. Yes, I can make an internet connection for duration of online CP meetings. Yes, there is no problem regarding that with me. Thank you.
Before we allow CZPSA and GPSA Ghana speak, this is another feedback checkpoint, so if you can just show us your emotion cards, how we are doing with making our decisions. I see only 2 red cards. They're by If someone would like to propose a procedural motion to close the discussion, SPSA Slovakia, seconded by KPSV the Netherlands. All those against closing the discussion, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The discussion has been closed. We will now ask Samin to have a walk, refresh a little bit, and we will also disconnect from Amr. We will also ask for the live streaming to be turned off. And